I'm going down fighting. I'm going down proud. I'm going down fighting to the roar of the crowd. I'm gonna make bigger, better, braver, stronger than you ever knew. Held to everything that I've been through. I'm gonna make bigger, better, stronger than you. Stronger than you. Yeah. I use the pain that you gave me. Remember the tears that I cried. I'm still the same, you can't change me. Something so strong never dies. If you think you wanna talk about me, bring it 'cause I'm ready to go. There'll always be a stage where you can find me. Come and take you deep for the show. I'm going down fighting. I'm going down proud. I'm going down fighting to the roar of the crowd. 'Cause I'm gonna make bigger, better, braver, stronger than you ever knew. After everything that I've been through, I'm gonna make bigger, better, stronger than you. Stronger than you. Better than you. Better than you. Look at me now, king of the crowd. Oh, lining you up, bringing you down. Yeah, never give up. Look at me go. Oh. I came back stronger. I came back proud. I came back braver. Yeah, just look at me now. Come with the heart of a lion and a head for the ground. I came back braver, braver. I'm going down fighting. I'm going down proud. I'm going down fighting to the roar of the crowd. I'm gonna make bigger, better, braver, stronger than you ever knew. After everything that I've been through, I'm gonna make braver, braver than you.
The NAPT is back, my babies.
Come on, get excited.
This is it?
We can play again for real now.
So much ain't never enough. So much they calling a bluff. No, they ain't talking to us. Nah.
One time.
Said it, then I mean it. Finish, did it on my own. With no
Let's go, baby. Let's go.
You know what it is when I do.
It's my mom. Hey, Mom, I'm playing Heads Up on TV. You'll see it later.
I came to play today.
I knew it.
No big deal, no big deal. Thank you. One day, king of the mountain, other day, in the valley.
Comeback time.
I'm going down fighting.
Another river suck out for Jason Mercier, and this one gives him the win.
Are you kidding? A royal flush for Chris Moneymaker.
Vanessa Selps is the first ever two-time NAPT champion.
Braver, stronger than you ever knew.
Hello once again, welcome to Las Vegas and the PokerStars North American Poker Tour. It's the final day of the NAPT here at Resorts World Las Vegas and the final table of the 5K High Roller. 6 players competing for a first prize of more than 180K and the coveted NAPT trophy. It's James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you so much for having me.
Well, guys, Chat Pro Saturday may not be a thing today because, spoiler alert, it's a Sunday. But we still want to hear from you. But not anything flies. Keep it intelligent. Keep it classy. Use the live chat on Twitch. Use the live chat on YouTube. You can try using X, but stay across, though, what we're posting on that channel and also what's on the PokerStars Facebook and Instagram pages as well. Now, before we introduce you to the 6 players at the FT of this high roller, let's recap yesterday's main event action. What went down last time? Seven players at the FT, and we saw action on the very first hand, with Sandy Palampati running 2 pair into Sergio Aido's set. 4-time WSOP bracelet winner Nick Schulman got into a race against Sammy Besherhead. King on the flop for Sammy, and Schulman was out in 6th. Sergio Aido's good start to the day was ultimately in vain, as Jonathan Borenstein sealed Aido's fate. Then we saw the 2 biggest stacks collide, with Ping Lu running pocket queens into Besherhead's set of 9s. David Coleman was swiftly dispatched, and we went heads up. Sammy Besherhead versus Jonathan Borenstein. Didn't take long for Besherhead to wrap things up, taking home a career best $268,000, and he was crowned the first NAPT main event champion since 2011. So that was then, and this is now. Time for us to wrap our NAPT coverage with the 5K High Roller final table. A prize pool in excess of $700,000. Just 6 players remaining at the FT. A tournament which drew an impressive field of 150 entries. Not just Poker's Elite eyeing the first prize of 180K. Also in the field, 30 Vegas Special Edition Gold Pass winners. And after hours of tense bubble play, it was Arden Cho who hit the rail, and the bubble was burst. Antonio Rodriguez was the only Gold Pass winner to make the money, finishing in 20th place and netting his biggest ever live cash. And as the day came to a close, it was the USA's Jesse Lonis who bagged the chip lead. So these are the 6 players who are at the table today. Lonis playing 63 big blinds. The other big stack is Samuel Laskovitz with 55 big blinds. John Andres hovering around the 25 big blind mark. Shannon Short around 20. And then we have 2 short stacks. John Riordan with 13 big blinds. And with 7 big blinds, Alexander Condon is in the danger zone. Danger zone! Blinds still 20K, 40K with a 40K big blind ante, and they'll stay at that level for 13 minutes before going up. Everyone guaranteed just over 36K, just shy of 50K for 5th, more than 62K for 4th, more than 80K for 3rd, a 6-figure score for the runner-up, and $180,850 for the champion of this last event on the NAPT Las Vegas schedule. The 6 finalists are in their seats. In seat 1 is Jesse Lonis. Won the 10K Super High Roller at the start of the NAPT. Could he go back-to-back in high rollers?
Wow.
John Andres won the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open in 2017, the 25K event at that festival. He's got 2.5 million in live earnings. Alexander Condon has 2 million in live cashes, dating back to 2011. He is the shorty at this FT. Possibly the most accomplished player at the table is Shannon Shore. 12 million in live earnings. Had a small cash in the NAPT main event this week. Samuel Laskovitz came second in the Colossus at the 2022 World Series of Poker. He has 1.1 million in live cashes. Pretty new on the live poker scene.
Must be nice.
And last but by no means least, John Riordan mainly plays 5K and 10K events in Vegas. The youngest recorded World Series of Poker circuit ring winner. 19 years old when he won that event in Florida.
Wow.
The trophy is in play. The first prize of 180K is on the line. Let's get cards in the air in this 5K high roller at the Las Vegas event on the North American Poker Tour. A reminder, the blinds are currently 20K, 40K with a 40K big blind ante, and then we'll roll straight into the next level. Let's go, hand one.
How long till the first all-in? 7 big blinds, Alexander Condon.
You're the expert, Nick. Make a bold prediction.
Well, he's on the button, very first hand. Which is an opportunity, of course, to get chips in. Doesn't have the hand for it, though. Makes the fold.
So the chip leader has opened with 7-3 offsuit in
Rude.
the hijack. Shannon Shaw,
Out
King
of line.
4 of diamonds, is going to defend his big blind, and we are going to go to a flop on the first hand of the day. By the way, no small blind in this hand. It was Nadia Magnus who was eliminated in 7th place last night. And we have a 10-4 deuce flop with 1 diamond. Shannon Shaw is not going to be hating this board.
My guess is that the plan here with 7 tray wasn't to make a hand, though.
Yes, indeed. Seems like an opportunity to just leverage that extra large chip stack, showing he's here to play. King 4 in the big blind, probably mandatory continue versus the continuation bet. Pretty strong in the grand scheme of things, especially against that super wide big stack range.
Eight of clubs on the turn.
So the 8 ROM on Twitch says 7-3 offsuit, not a raise IMO. Guess you haven't been studying. Guess you haven't been keeping up with current trends. You can play in my home game anytime.
Notice how the tone changes in the booth the moment that Chat Pro Saturday is over.
Sorry, I'm doing a goof. Pretty sure nobody thinks 7-3 off is a raise, but...
While kings and 4s for Shannon Shaw by the time we get to the river. He has been ahead on every single street. This gets checked to showdown, and Shannon is going to win the first hand of the day. He's now going to be playing 26 bigs, pretty much tied with John Andres on the leaderboard.
We got no fans, man.
So 60-minute levels in this high roller for the final day. Just playing out final 10 minutes of level 25, then we'll roll straight into level 26, then we'll roll into level 27. So you're going to have pretty much 2 hours and 15 minutes of uninterrupted poker before we take the first break of the day.
Thank you.
Caden asking on YouTube, what is a chat pro? It's someone in chat who thinks they know better than the pros.
Not only was it a massive treat having Phil Hellmuth in here yesterday, but he did rescue us from a lot of Chat Pro Saturday because we were too busy talking to him and not needing to focus on chat so much. Actions folded around to Shannon Shore. He's going to give a walk to the big blind.
Do you have change?
Johnny Short has a question. Does anyone else think the pay structure for the NAPT is, quote, out of whack? First place for yesterday and today seems so small compared to the total prize pool. Obviously, I'm going to disagree, and not just because I'm a company man, but because the prize pools were not, in the grand scheme of things, massive, right? 1.6 million prize pool for a main event. Bear in mind it was a 1650 buy-in. A 700k prize pool for the 5k high roller. I don't think that those first prizes are, A, too top-heavy, which I don't think poker tournaments should be. But equally, I still think there's sizable sums that people would want to play for. Fair analysis, Nick?
Yeah, I'd like to think so. And of course, it's all down to our structure that we've predefined, right? So we're playing by the rules that we set out at the very beginning, that is accessible and known. And if it was that big of an issue, if it was, quote, that out of whack, James, I imagine that players would have had a say at some point and they would have told us otherwise, right?
Math is idiotic.
I would say, and again, one of the things I have discovered in the brief time we've been over this side of the Atlantic is this is the standard payouts for PokerStars events, but maybe not standard for a lot of American events. And if you look at other festivals, series, often a lot of the prize pool goes towards first.
Right, right. And, you know, in the grand scheme of things, I think it's better for the players to have a more balanced payout. It might be better to get more players into the game to have a higher payout up top because it sort of is a bigger draw. But in the long run, I think I prefer a structure like this. And still some really juicy payouts up top.
I do love the fact that it's been such a novelty for most of the players here at this event to play 8-handed. It's standard for us. That's what we do at all our live events. But it's like, 8-handed poker? What is this revelation?
Actually, James and I were just discussing how nice it is to have shorter-handed cash tables as well. I don't know if you guys saw on James's Twitter yesterday, but he was, in fact, at the tables, grinding it out, managed to pull out a little profit. Shorter-handed is better. You guys know how I feel about that.
On that subject, Nick, and I'm not going to, this is not meant to be a thinly veiled brag, but obviously because we're working this event, we're not playing at resorts right now, but the NAPT wraps tonight. So tomorrow, I have carte blanche to do what I want. I will be here at resorts. I'm going to be in the card room tomorrow. I will be playing 1-3 no limit. Come at me.
Let's go. That's, I mean, there's an invitation if I ever saw one.
That is bold.
Yeah. Sharks abound. Yeah, I'm very excited to see the conclusion of this event. Still an opportunity for me to jump in that 1K wrap event, though, potentially, depending on how quickly this goes, guys. Uncle Nick might be jumping in the NAPT.
So we have an all-in and a call here. Eights versus ace-jack. It is a race. It is the super short stack. Alexander Condon hoping to survive with the snowmans. Num, num.
Like baseball versus the right to bear arms. One of these two things in America has a slight mathematical advantage.
Fourth hand of the final table. Will it be an elimination or will it be a double up? Let's run the board. King 6-5 on the flop. Two clubs right now. Condon just has to fade an ace or a jack. A club on the turn would give Andres additional outs. No additional outs, so just 6 cards for Condon to fade. Deuce on the river, 8's hold, and that is going to be a double up. And that means Alexander Condon is no longer the short stack at the table. He's now playing 18 big blinds. John Riordan is now the low man with 10 bigs.
So in response to your question, Joe, it was 4 hands. Condon getting it in. 4 hands in as we go into hand number 5. Great start to the day. Little cheeky hold to get your final table, final 6 situation going.
How much do you have, Alex? 630 plus 730. Oh, you're doing it. Thanks. We did 3 days. Is this your peak? Is this your peak? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. No. It's close.
Like you used
Very
that
close.
same line on that guy last night. You're doing good for the dude. Yeah, I know.
It's a fun one.
I'm gonna start using that if you don't mind.
Oh, please. Be flattered.
Some of the simplest clips are like actually the best ones at the poker table.
Shannon Shaw with Jack 8 of strawberries under the gun +1.
Shore 26 big blinds deep, right in the middle of the pack. Probably doesn't want to mix things up at this stage. You know, it's a really good hand, Joe.
One of the best.
It's probably top 3.
Top 3 for sure.
I love the fact that Laskovitz decided to dress as a Sith Lord for his official photograph.
These are the cards you're looking for.
Let the hate flow through you.
7-4. We saw what he did with 7-3. Let's go. What? Can't figure this guy out.
So it's up to John Andrus, who's got a sub-20 big blind stack. Jack 6 of clubs in the big blind.
Definitely one he can peel with. He does peel.
Well, that's going to take us to a flop. And that flop is King Jack 8.
Shannon Shore, Jack 8. Jack 8 of strawberries.
Oh, controversial.
He must be so mad right now. Look at him. Fuming. Look at that. Look. He's just thinking about how many chips he would have won.
Meanwhile, Andres flopping second pair here might call a continuation bet. Laskovitz fires into a pot of 220,000. 55 looks like.
Yeah, around 1/4 pot. Definitely an amount that the Jack 6 must call, in my opinion.
Andres does call. Turn card is the ace of spades. Great fold by Shannon Shaw with the Jack 8 as Laskovitz turns top set.
He must be so happy right now. Look at him. Looking at all the chips he saved.
He's going to bet 170K on the turn. Nick Walsh prediction. Go.
He said go.
Oh, he said 180. I was so close.
I hate to tell you this. It's not about you. Takes it down with that bet on the turn. 5 hands played at the final table, still 6 players, 3 short stacks. Andrus and Condon playing 16 big blinds each. John Riordan with 10 big blinds. Samuel Laskovitz has taken the chip lead from Jesse Lonis. Laskovitz playing 60 bigs, Lonis playing 55 bigs, but it will get shallower after the next hand because the blinds will go up.
Ooh.
Language, Timothy.
Language.
And number 6. Action folded to John Riordan. Folds the Queen 8. Jesse Lonis on the button. Jacks.
Yeah, Jesse here, 55 big blinds deep, raising into small blind big blinds. So John Andres, 16 bigs, and our once short stack, now 16 big blind stack, Alexander Condon.
Uh-oh. He's got an underpat.
It's going all in, guys. It's going all in. The big stack is open the button. You've got pocket 7s. You're all in with 16 big blinds pretty much every time. This could spell disaster for Condon.
Shoves with 7s, gets called by Jacks. And Alexander Condon is at risk again. This time, it is not a race. It is a domination situation. He is way behind and will need to get lucky. There is an old adage about it always coming 7, but I don't know whether it applies to poker in the USA.
Sure. I guess. Wouldn't have been too bad at this spot. It was Queen Jack.
Guess we're about to find out.
We're up next time.
The flop is 9-8-3, all red. Condon with 2 outs, the 7 of diamonds, the 7 of hearts.
At least the red.
Turn card is the 6 of clubs. Additional outs for Condon.
Wait, hold on. Oh, a 10.
Indeed, 10 sevens and fives working for him.
10 on the turn.
9 outs.
And now?
9 cards that would see him survive.
No, I don't want that.
The river is a deuce. So we do lose our first player from the final table. He came in as the shortest stack. Alexander Condon bowing out in 6th place and cashing for $36,745. And we are now 5-handed as the blinds go up to 25,000, 50,000 with a 50K big blind ante. No sweat for Jesse Lonis, who has just reclaimed the chip lead.
Blind 2 consecutive.
Oh, yeah.
Lonis still playing around 60 big blinds. Bad news for Shannon Shaw, John Andres, and John Riordan, who just got shallower. Shaw now with 18 bigs, Andres with 13 bigs, Riordan with 8 bigs.
Yeah, we saw how easy it is to put in a sub-20 big blind stack when the cards fall just right. I think pocket sevens, correct shove, just wrong timing there running into the jacks. But now Shannon, John, and John, Andres, Riordan, and Shore all in that same zone, all with the similar stack. I could very easily be getting it all in pre-flop, even though we are in a final with ICM considerations included.
Quick word about our chip leader. Jesse Lonis mentioned that he won the 10K at the start of this series at Resorts World. Also won a World Series of Poker bracelet this summer in the 50K PLO High Roller, and also won a 10K event at the PCA at the start of 2023.
Oh, wow.
Quite a year for Jesse.
He's one of those names of the year that you just see popping up over and over and over again.
Riordan all in with ace queen of hearts. Ace 8 for Jesse Lonis.
Call.
Makes the call.
Oh, wow.
Very good.
And looks like everyone else has folded, so cards will go on their backs. And this is a domination situation that favors the at-risk player.
It's only because it was my lucky number.
This is how you win poker tournaments.
Yeah, Lonis admitting it was a little bit on the wide side. I was going to say the same thing.
Right?
I think so.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if you kept the chip behind.
So the all-in was for 420,000.
Give me a chop.
Lonis decides this is a good spot for me. I'm going to take it.
I put you on ace deuce.
King at 7-5 with 2 hearts. Looking good for a Riordan double up.
You got hearts too, wow.
2 outs
8 of hearts.
for Jesse.
For the sweat?
Yeah.
Turn card is the deuce of diamonds. No change to the situation.
Ace deuce would have got him also.
We aren't going to see John Riordan double up unless Jesse Lonis spikes the 8 of clubs or the 8 of spades on the river. It's the 3 of spades, and so we get a double up. Jesse Lonis still has the chip lead with 50 bigs. But John Riordan now playing 18 bigs, tied with Shannon Shaw. John Andres now becomes the short stack with 13 bigs.
Every little shit he's put
Yeah,
that boy. Deuce 3, 5, 7.
I only looked at one.
The queen?
Yeah, the queen.
Ari Engel gets in touch on YouTube to say this is a table filled with legends, but Newcomer the dealer may be the biggest legend of them all.
Nice. Dealers are hot right now. I don't know if you guys heard.
Yeah. Like $250,000 hot.
940.
You're doing good.
Man, that dude was, I don't know if you could tell, he was so fired up from his win that he couldn't stand still.
$115.
I had to beg him to stay for the winner's interview. He was so overwhelmed and stressed out and had so much anxiety. He was like, I got to get out of here.
By the way, did you see Pizza going around giving out pizzas to people who had less than 10 big blinds?
That guy Poker with Pizza, is that who it was? Yeah. I heard of it. I didn't see it.
I sort of saw some of it, and then I saw it on the poker news sites. But, yeah, I would love to see more from that guy.
Well, before the start of play, we caught up with Jesse Lonis, asked him how he's feeling coming into today's FT.
I feel good. It feels like deja vu. I was here last week, and it just feels great, obviously. I already did it once, so I'm trying to get it done twice. And the players at the table are all great players, and it's going to be a battle. It's not going to be easy, so I'm just excited to battle and ready to get out there. I'm going to try to apply some pressure, obviously, but there's a stack that's really close to me, too, so we're going to try to be smart, but controlled chaos a little bit. You know, I'm going to put the pressure, but not try to go crazy and punt it off.
Won the 10K, looking to win the 5K as well. I appreciate a lot of commentary from people watching on both Twitch and YouTube about the number of entries in these events, the size of the prize pools. I do think it's slightly unfair to compare the NAPT to the EPT at this stage. The European Poker Tour ran pretty much uninterrupted since 2004. PokerStars has not run a live event of this scale in North America for more than a decade. It's going to take time to build that affinity with the brand, to build the reputation of the NAPT. I think, as you said, Joe, many things we've done here at Resorts World, very much testing the waters.
Every journey begins with but a single step.
How is it?
Yeah, based on the feedback I'm getting from people out there in the trenches, so to speak, is that they were loving this event. They were loving the way it's run. They were loving the dealers and the management. And I think in future, you know, the potential to grow, absolutely.
And to answer Pavel's point, of course there is going to be other events. It's a North American Poker Tour. It won't just be Vegas. This is our relaunch event. This is the beginning of a new era. Expect details on 2024 events in the near future, probably before the end of the year. We're still waiting for confirmation of the EPT 2024 schedule as well.
Yeah, I think we're off to a great start here. Lots of people complimenting the structures and really happy about the way as well, James, that the tournaments were laid out in terms of timing so that if you're busting an event opportunity to jump into more and more throughout the day and throughout the week. I think it's been a great success. Very excited to see it return.
I don't think it's any secret that behind the scenes, Toby Stone was working on some of the schedules, so they were smooth and they were controlled.
But was he working on the schedules, James? That's what the Americans want to know.
Sorry, you want me to translate? Just know that every time I say the word favorite, there is no you in it.
Yeah. See, he's assimilating.
Okay, well, Riordan has been ahead on every street. Ace high was good before the flop. Pair of threes has been good since the flop.
Just when you thought Riordan couldn't cover up more of his face, full turtle mode activated.
Patrick, it's your first time in Vegas. You know they have a place here you can blow up foreign cars with a rocket launcher?
Naturally.
Is that a real thing?
No.
I mean, I know there's various places around here where you can shoot stuff, so it wasn't too much of a stretch.
I like the little subtle 10-second warning.
Yeah, so much.
Very polite.
10 seconds. I love taking people to Vegas for their first time. I didn't get a chance to really do anything this week. We were so busy, but I got a whole set schedule.
Yeah, people can come and see Vegas, but are they getting the full Stapleton experience?
The good news is that English people in general do pretty well on their own. They don't need me.
Pocket Jables again. Laskowitz on the button, gonna open, and small blind is gonna put it in the bin.
All right, leave this one up.
I got one too.
Leave that one up.
Number 4.
He's gonna take it down.
Jack offsuit. What?
Planned on 3-betting any too.
I had a good one.
Huh?
I had a really good one.
I would have ran into it then. Want to be the first time.
You have like 6, John?
A little less. Yeah. 5.
Maybe a little more.
555 behind.
Thank you.
Action is folded around to Riordan. Wonder what Poker.org's hearing every time I say Riordan.
Round to the small blind. And Jesse Lonis announces all in, shoving on John Andrus, who had 11 bigs behind and folds there.
I'm loving this action. Jesse's here to play, not messing around. Max pressure on this final table. That's what wins poker tournaments.
Yeah, 2.555.
So still the two shorties. Shannon Shaw hovering around 15 bigs. John Andrus with 10 bigs. Still got 45 minutes to play at the 25K, 50K blind level.
2.45.
240.
Are we playing the standard rule when we get down to final
chips.
3, clocks increase?
I'm up money though.
Decrease, you mean?
Sorry, decrease. Thank you.
That's right, Nick. We're going to go to 3-hour blind levels when we go three-handed.
Not including football.
Standard PokerStars Live rule applies, yes. When we get down to 3 players, we will be playing 30 rather than 60-minute blind levels.
That's where the real poker's played. Three-handed.
In the streets.
Playing in the streets. Three-handed, faster is better. Lonis now on the button.
150.
He's going to open this time rather than shove. Not just up against that one player anymore. Obviously shipping against John Andres with the king in the previous spot. Now also raising into Lonis, who is our second in chips here on our feature table. So can't have that same ultra aggression.
Ace 5. Come on.
My 3-bet.
They love sourdough all over the world. There it is.
Shannon Shaw. Shove in and get in the fold.
Can't do it. I almost shipped 3. I almost did the Benny Glazer.
It's Glazer.
Start open shipping.
Also, it's Lonis.
Much different spot, but
Yeah, his is for a little more. A little more money and a little more check.
Got no messing around. Just straight in and going to pick up that pot short. 20 big blinds now.
Binary Star says, is it the same trophy design that they give out for Coop and NA Coop events? Correct, along with W Coop, Scoop, EPT. It's known as the Shard, and it is the most prestigious trophy, the PokerStars Awards.
Gotta love a Shard.
There are slight variations for certain events, certain series, certain festivals, but always interested how it could be employed as a weapon. Really feel you could do some nasty damage with that thing.
They definitely look dangerous. So Riordan back in the mix here, guys. It says under the gun. We are, of course, 5-handed, though, so, you know, hijack in reality.
Now, I'm an information guy. I'm very on board with Dr. Evil when he says, I'm the boss, need the info.
Need the info.
But if you don't need the information until 20 minutes from now, don't sweat it. Pretty sure people in New Jersey, Michigan, and Pennsylvania know what I'm talking about right now.
Loving this maneuver from Lonis, keeping it loosey-goosey with that big stack.
Lonis has made it 115,000, and it has been folded to the blinds. Samuel Laskovitz giving up the small blind, John Riordan in the big blind.
Yeah, and you'll notice, guys, a lot of these middling stacks, Riordan with 23, Laskovitz with 46. I wouldn't really call that a middling stack, so to speak, but those guys need to be a lot tighter with John Andres at 10 big blinds and Shen Shore at 20.
Just get this shit over with, Sam. Play for it all right now. Come on.
Do it. Joe, help me here. I need you to translate from American English into English.
I got you, boo-boo.
Stephen Williams asks, is there like a time trying to watch this Lions football?
I think what he's saying is that he's double screening.
Okay.
And is watching. Okay, so the Lions are in Detroit, which is Michigan.
Okay.
So I think what he's saying is, can you tell me when you're going to tell me the thing I want to know, because I'm trying to watch the football game at the same time.
Okay. See, so when I read the question, is there like a time trying to? That there's a misspelling and a lack of punctuation there, which made me.
Yeah, there's a lot going on there.
Okay.
I think a lot of it, you know, the American education system probably does bear some of the blame here.
In that case.
Andres effective all in here, guys. 400K with just 2 big blinds behind.
And wins.
And takes it down. King Queen seated, nice and pretty.
15 hands played at this final table. 1 elimination so far. 4 more eliminations, and we will hand out that high roller trophy and award that first prize of more than 180K.
He rewrote. And then I fold.
Might have to fold it.
We do.
No, that was a pretty good hand.
But then you got
I'm going to be in bad shape.
Stephen says, my bad, I really suck at English, and I'm English. We got you, Stephen.
It's all good, buddy.
Just keep watching the stream as we see Shannon Shaw open with aces, raises to 100,000.
So opening off of a 20 big blind stack here from the hijack, which is also UTG.
Queen Jack suited
250.
for John Riordan. And looks like Riordan has 3-bet, re-raising to 250K.
Uh-oh.
Gets a fold from the blind, so action back on Shannon Shaw. So Riordan's got 18 bigs behind.
So, Nick, what's more important here? The fact that Riordan's unlikely to be 3-betting this light with that chip stack, or the fact that you're blocking him having strong hands by having 2 aces?
This really is an interesting ICM quandary, because you're kind of going, the chips at this point and putting them into my stack is so hyper valuable. Do I want to be trapping in a situation where the ladders are so significant at this point, or do I just want to maximize folds pre-flop? And if I do get called, of course, you're not getting, it's not a bad outcome either way, right?
Right.
So I don't know if you want to induce at this stage, and I think that's what's going to go through Shore's head. But then again, you could, quote unquote, play for all of it, in which case you have a trap. Yeah, does want to flat here, and I don't think there's anything wrong with this whatsoever. You know, trying to get knocks from aces seems like a very reasonable sort of strategy here. And it is a straighty board for Riordan.
Straighty and what else?
Straighty and flushy, but no spade, of course. Hard for Shore. There's poor visibility, as Sam Grafton would say, under these circumstances.
He's just making up words at this point.
But yeah, I mean, obviously, kind of a dangerous situation. I definitely think there are some school of thoughts where you just say ace is going to go in here pre-flop and just pick up the chips as often as possible. Sometimes get called by kings, queens, ace, king, which is also a great outcome too. Can Riordan actually get aces to lay it down here is the question.
Well, Shannon playing in flow, checks to the guy with the pre-flop betting lead, and Riordan continues small, 75K into 625K.
Yeah, does Shore just want to get the chips in right here, right now? He's obviously under-repped his hand considerably, but busting and running into a big hand right here might be really, really devastating with so many brilliant pay jumps to come.
Shore calls. 4 spades on the turn, and that brings chop opportunities.
Man, will that be annoying.
Such an interesting turn here. Riordan very easily could take this away from the 2 aces. Any kind of bet here, I think, probably might get the job done. Just so hard for Shore to continue. But Riordan, of course, got to be concerned that Shore was defending with some high spades as well. Of course, ace of spades being one of the more obvious ones.
Oh boy, oh boy. Look at this. Set of aces, no good.
Ultimate Barry Greenstein.
Broadway, no good.
Hey, look, if Riordan's 3-betting queen jack of hearts, I think it's pretty reasonable that he might have the queen of spades here once in a while too.
I'm just going to say Shannon Shore should just thank the stars that it was the ace of spades and not the ace of hearts.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, really, really weird spot now. This is such an unusual run out.
So a reminder, the action went check on the turn. Action is on Shannon Shore on the river. He's played 1 time bank card.
Shore going to turn his hand into a bluff?
210,000.
I lost an all-in, so I'm short, but one person busted. You
Might
could
be
probably see
enough.
from outside, there's a chair.
I mean, Riordan calling for a chop? I mean, it's super, super weird now. Shore actually finds a really good opportunity to have a small stack here that might potentially take this one down and avoid the chop.
Riordan makes the call, so this is going to end in a chop. And guys, you know what they say. Everyone loves a chop putt. Especially Shannon Shore.
Mr. Shore, chat pros around the globe screaming at their screens. That's why you shove pre-flop. But yeah, no, I get it. Seems good.
Cool hand. Had you right where I wanted.
Yeah, you got to wonder what happens if that fifth spade doesn't land. I wonder if we see the same lead, perhaps a check and then a bluff.
Giga slow play.
In any case, no change. On to the next hand.
Actually, I made an aggressive action on the
Yeah, right in time.
Right in time.
Right in time.
Time to start putting in chips. We got a flush.
I'm not trying to bust fifth. I don't know about you guys. I mean, you gotta wait for a better hand. Safe flop. That was far from safe.
Gotta see 3 first.
I got to say, James, I'm loving the vibes. I like that they're happy to discuss that kind of thing after the hand.
Yeah.
I think Vegas poker generally is more friendly poker. And maybe not friendly is the wrong word, but just more chatty, a little bit more jovial than we see perhaps in some European rings.
Well, John Andres has shoved small to big. Action was folded to him, and he's on for 10 big blinds with King 5. Shannon Shore with 7s makes the call, and John Andres is at risk with 1 overcard to Shannon Shore's pair.
I think both players doing the right thing here, James.
Shore a 2-1 favorite to eliminate John Andres in 5th place. The flop is Queen Jack 10. That is a lot of outs for John Andres.
Is it too many outs?
Has the open-ended straight draw, plus still has the king working for him as well.
Still 50-50?
44.
Turn card is a 6. Shannon Shaw now a 3-1 favorite. Andres looking for a 9, king or ace on the river. It's a deuce. We lose another player. John Andres out in 5th place. Cashes for $47,770. 4 players now remain at the final table of the NAPT Las Vegas 5K High Roller.
No, you're small. No. You know how much you have?
Let's hear from Shannon Shaw.
Yeah, give him that.
He's another player at this final table who we spoke to before the start of play today.
These are mine.
Excited. It should be fun. It's a fun lineup. Group of tough players. Anything could happen. Should be a good time. Yeah, I played quite a bit with all these guys actually over the years. So I feel like I know all of their games somewhat. You know, what everybody's trying to accomplish. But yeah, it'll be a challenge. No, I'm feeling great. I recently became a 2-time dad. So I've been going through a lot of life changes, been really working to better myself personally. And yeah, I feel it's been a great year and hoping to add a little bit more to it. If I was to win this thing, it would be up there definitely amongst my top poker accomplishments. It's been a super cool event, very well run, awesome venue, been enjoying it.
Shannon Shaw looking to add to his $12 million in live earnings.
I'm really surprised you would admit to being a 2-timing dad to a worldwide audience like that.
115.
Yes, sir. I thought that was a really nice interview. Good for him, man.
As we alluded to earlier on, Nick, a lot of positivity around this event. People enjoying the playing environment, just enjoying how laid back it's been. And I really think this is something we can build on.
Oh, yeah, 100%. The amenities here at Resorts World are just awesome. Just great vibes. And I think it's definitely got a lot of what poker players need.
Did you eat an entire pizza like I did?
I did, yes.
How good was it?
It was very good, yeah. I don't know if you guys caught that on my Instagram, but yeah, Uncle Daddy Stapes convinced me.
Joe had been hyping up the pizza before we even arrived, but the one thing that has been the biggest surprise and the biggest delight was the charcuterie plate at Wally's.
Oh, really? I'll need to check that out before I go.
Except we didn't have to actually pick up the tab on that one, so I don't know what it cost.
Don't look at the numbers. Just don't look at the numbers on the menu.
Thanks for the invite, guys. That's really, really cool of you.
It was the loose cannon dinner.
You weren't even in town. You didn't
You
arrive
weren't
till
here.
Thursday. Okay, Laskovitz with a pair of jacks has the straight draw as well. Lonas drawing to a chop.
$500K. 375,000. Nice and chunky on the turn. Repping that ace.
Okay, viewers in Pennsylvania, Michigan, New Jersey, pay attention. After this hand, we're going to give you the information you've been looking for.
Ooh.
That's right, Tom. Patience is key.
And that information is that I'm playing at the Ice House Saturday, November 25th, 5 p.m. and the Improv in West Hollywood Sunday, November 26th at 9 p.m. Hit me up for ticket links. That's the Ice House Pasadena.
Is he gonna go again here? Is he gonna empty the clip? Does not.
Checks it back, so the pot is going to go to Samuel Laskovitz. Laskovitz reclaims the chip lead, playing just shy of 60 big blinds. Jesse Lonas, 35 bigs. Shannon Shaw, 32. John Ridd, 22 BBs. Okay, this is about abbreviations and acronyms, guys. So if you are in New Jersey, Pennsylvania, or Michigan, and there's a bit of information you're seeking, please pay attention. Please listen carefully. Joe, we are on the North American Poker Tour. Can you give me the acronym, please?
What's an acronym?
Nick, can you
letters,
give me...
the letters. You mean the letters?
Yes.
You mean the letters?
Yes.
NAPT.
Okay, NAPT. Write that bit down. There's more. Nick, what year is it?
2023.
If you were to abbreviate that to 2 digits, what would those 2 digits be?
2 and a 3.
So we've got NAPT 23. Right. Joe, now you understand what an acronym is.
Yeah.
If you were to abbreviate the word free roll, what 2 letters would you use?
FR.
Okay. So if you were to use all capital letters, what you'd end up with there as a single word is, Nick?
NAPT 23FR.
NAPT 23FR.
Oh my God, that's my license plate.
Yeah, well done, Statrick, in the chat. Written it, he wrote it down for you guys as well. Copy it from there.
Do with that information what you will, but NAPT 23FR might just help out some people in 3 particular states.
Riordan, top pair.
King 4, hand of the day.
This is a pretty reasonable spot to bet and or check. When Laskovitz doesn't take the opportunity to fire on King 6-5, we'll have plenty of straight draws, flush draws, 5s, 6s. I think I prefer just to bet with the king here because you're going to want to bluff at this occasionally too, so keeping it nice and balanced there. It's hard to make top pair, Joe.
Don't I know it?
Oh, yeah. I mean,
Full tilt.
hard for Joe. Hard for everyone, especially hard for Joe.
What's your Shannon? 7, 3.
7-3.
1.7.
7.3. Yeah, you
5.
probably count it better than I can, honestly.
1.2 plus 4, and 1.6.
Jive Toast asks, where do we enter the code? Your computer. Thank you for your question.
On your keyboard? Thank you for your question.
Yeah, keyboard, sorry. Be more specific, keyboard. Use your keyboard, thank you.
So our now chip leader, Samuel Laskovitz, going to open the Queen-8 suited. Alanis, 33 big blinds, ace-queen off in the big blinds. These are the 2 chip leaders, final 4 guys. So need to bear that in mind when you are trying to sort of formulate your strategy here. I think Alanis probably just 3-bets this a bunch. I think that's probably what I like at this stack depth. There might even just be a shove once in a while.
390.
Yep, 390 seems good too. So just shy of a 4x 3-bet versus that min raise from the button. Blinds are still 25K, 50K. I think this is probably much better than just the all-in, given the nature of the final table. If your opponent comes over the top of this, not to say they can't have some bluffs, but absolutely could be getting away from a bit of a cold deck there rather than just giving your opponent the opportunity to call with better, and does take it down. I think on a final table, just the big 3-bet there is probably just as effective as an all-in in terms of just generating folds. Nobody wants to get too out of line here.
This comment's amazing. Chris Williams is back. Forget about free roll. Some people in chat need a elementary school tutor.
That is the ultimate cell phone.
1.85.
But I like the sentiment, Chris.
Almost had it.
So close. So close.
I think there's an opportunity here, guys. Just like, if we could just start aggregating all the best comments we see over the years, like the Little Book of Chat Pro or something like that.
PDE is absolutely right, by the way. NAPT is not an acronym, it's an initialism, because for it to be an anachronism, it would need to be a word. So we need to make it a word. NAPT. Let's get it into the dictionary, people. NAPT.
So Laskovitz here open from under gun. Defended by the big blind, of course, 8-9 suited. Just a stellar continue here, pre-flop. Neither player really hits anything. I'd like to see Laskovitz turn his hand into a bluff here. Fire the king, queen, 6. I mean, kind of on the line. I think if you have threes here, you're not really going to get too much value apart from perhaps a flush draw. So I think probably this is leaning towards more of a bluff than a value bet. I think if you had an overpair to the 6, it becomes a little bit closer to a value bet situation because, of course, you have more combinations that can call where you still have the best hand. But yeah, just to continue and take it down, I think that's probably the cleanest way to play that one.
You have like 1.5. 1.65, I think.
Four-handed action continuing at this final table.
I'll take 1.65 here.
A little bit of chip consolidation, but still relatively shallow. Only one player with more than 50 bigs. That player being Samuel Laskovitz. Jesse Lona's start of day chip leader, raising out of a 35 big blind stack. Makes it 115K with 10-9 on the button. Someone might need to tell infamous Mr. Fox that Mike Sexton is not retired.
Oof. We would all like to have Mike back.
Absolutely. Yes, Doogie, this is live, granted. The action you're watching is on a 30-minute delay because it is cards up, but we are seeing the action the same time you're seeing it, and that's how I'm able to read your comment on the YouTube.
115.
Mr. Lanis going to open it up here again.
It's always nice when it's 7 deuce. You don't look like a...
I agree, the bro. Mike was a legend.
I gotta fold this. You don't gotta have a hard decision with a 9-5 suited or something. I don't want to look like a girl for folding my big blind. You guys know what I'm talking about.
Leo wants to know, why is Mike Sexton retired?
Yeah,
It's not construction. He can still watch poker.
Like, all right, you can have
Guys,
this one.
guys.
Take it.
Mike Sexton died a few years ago, and he is much missed in the poker world.
Suited, I'm in there.
He is one of the OGs of poker commentary.
I got 2 mil exact.
Okay, thank you.
Here's a nice hand, ace king suited.
Oh, gorgeous. Oh. Well, the shoe's on the other foot now, isn't it?
TV. 7 duck. Wow, look at that.
I wanted to get up and go to take a piss for that.
See, I'm not a wussy. Believe me, give me 7-3, I'm in there. Believe me, the TV's already.
Anything else?
Anything else? 7 duck. You keep getting lucky. I got 7 deuce. Keep
No
raising
way
my
I'm
blind.
back in time for my big blind, right? If I leave
Keep raising
that,
my big blind, man.
No shot, right?
That's my favorite old guy table. Dude, you raised my big blind 6 orbits in a row.
I don't know if that's cool for production.
That's always a good guy.
Can I just say, guys, judging by the average comment I'm seeing today, I'm so glad it's not Chat Pro Saturday.
I think it's Sunday, so most of America's drunk.
Oh, yeah, like football's been on air for like 4 hours already, right?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Halftime show. Let's check in on the stream, guys.
Exactly.
Oh, okay.
King Jack versus Ace Jack. Button raise from Riordan. Lonus in the small.
It's only Ace King and 7 deuce. That's it.
390. 2 raises.
Keeping it consistent, you guys. You notice that? 390 again from the out of position 3-bet size. Love that.
Oh, boy.
Oh, Mr. Shore.
Oh, boy. Button small blind, big blind.
Yeah, I mean, Jesse Lonis has been showing a very reasonable capacity for 3-bet bluffing. So Ace-Jack might be a slam dunk 4-bet here in some circumstances. I think probably Shore is going to suss it out here, though. Probably don't want to get too risky at this stage with all those pay jumps to come.
Nice one.
Yeah.
And Riordan folds the King Jack. Lonus chips up to 44 bigs. Sorry, Riordan down to 20 bigs.
Thinking about getting froggy there?
I was thinking I was just experiencing that dynamic you were talking about not looking like an idiot on TV. Close one.
Yeah, that's definitely a spot you can level yourself into a 4-bet jam. No problem at all. Shore on
Had a good hand.
26 bigs. It's actually just a cold 4-bet, not all in, but that's a big chunk of your stack by the time there's already been a 3-bet to 4x the initial open to 100K.
Red Ted, my American colleague Joe Stapleton, did not call Americans stupid. He just implied that most were drunk.
Correct.
And also he's American, so he's allowed to, even if he was, which he isn't.
Americans are also... No, never mind.
2.2.
Button raise from Lonus.
Oh my god.
Yeah, yep.
House 21-25, you are right. Shannon Shaw is an OG. He's been playing poker for over 17 years. First big result, in fact, still his biggest live cash this day, was back in 2006 when he won the 10K Bellagio Cup for just shy of $1 million. But this is Lonus versus Laskovitz, and I'm liking Laskovitz's hand right now. Liking it less on the turn. And he asks, can we have Chat Pro Sunday? No, thank you for your question.
I'm surprised any of these Americans have time for Chat Pro Sunday when they're too busy tweeting at NFL teams about how badly they're playing. It's Armchair Quarterback Sunday. There we go. Some aggression.
Yep, going to turn the Jack High into a semi-bluff as a lead. Lonis did not want to fire the 9-6 deuce board. Does he want to continue here? I think we might just see the fold. Yeah, once you've failed to see bet the flop, I think it's hard to turn your hand into a bluff facing that lead. I think it's also probably likely your opponent's going to have a made hand and or something like we just saw. Lots of equity, 2 overcards and a flush draw, maybe 2 live cards and a straight draw, that kind of thing.
Yeah, what do you want it?
Yeah. So I'll take at least like a couple hundred. 300?
Sure.
John Riordan has dropped below 20 bigs. About 14 minutes on the clock. We will roll straight into level 27. Blinds will go to 30-60. We'll play another 60 minutes of poker before the first break of the day.
955 or something? Something like that.
Talking of football,
yeah,
I might be tempted, especially as we don't have to work tomorrow, to watch Monday Night Football because the Chiefs are playing. And you know what that means? There might be a Taylor sighting.
Well, considering I got a ton of credit at the Doghouse, I could sit there and pile down some chicken wings tomorrow night.
Sounds good.
Avert my eyes from football. I'll read Twitter or something.
What time is that on, James?
It's normally like, hang on.
It's 6 p.m. here, I think.
Yeah, it's early here, right? Something like 8:20 Eastern, so maybe it's like 5:20.
So what you're saying is we should eat a bunch of wings, watch some Monday Night Football, and then we'll hit the tables, and you guys can all take on the official Hardigan.
Oh, I'll be playing in the afternoon. I'm gonna be sat there in the afternoon.
Well, okay. We can have this conversation after you've had a few beers tomorrow. That's fine.
No. I'm not playing drunk.
I'm gonna go to bed.
No, not drunk.
I just went to the store to get coffee.
Just loose, a little bit loosey-goosey. It'll be fine.
Can we get a 5-minute rest
Hang on,
break
hang
at the
on.
end of the level?
Monday Night Football is Buffalo, Denver. So when are the Chiefs playing?
2 people gotta go.
When is Taylor Swift's boyfriend playing?
They're on a bye week. That's why Travis was able to go to Buenos Aires to watch Taylor.
I was going to say, if he was in...
So you're telling me I can't watch a single NFL game this week where I might see Taylor Swift?
We know that. Go ahead. Go use the bathroom.
You could just go see that movie.
Just hang out.
Yes.
Take your time. We'll take your time.
That's a great
Heard
idea.
that stall on the far end is the best one.
They might be showing it at the theater here in Resorts World, actually. I haven't thought about that. Two very pretty
Really good
hands
coffee
here.
too, by the way.
Chiefs play next week. Right, well, next week I'll be watching.
We got international flights to take out of here.
I didn't think I'd be in this long, so I've been drinking.
1.9.
Thank you.
That last 13 minutes is a difference maker. 2 hours. 13
Ooh,
minutes.
spicy board for Lannis.
Oh, wow.
And obviously one of those boards as well where potentially the 8-high can be turned into a bluff if they don't make their clubs, with Laskovitz having the under pair to the king and the queen. So check to the aggressor, pretty standard stuff. Continuation from Laskovitz. I'd like to see a smaller continue here. Something in the region of a quarter to 1/3. Goes 65K into a pot of 275.
Don Pre, I've not had a chance to watch any TV while I've been in Vegas and probably won't until this event is over. So I haven't watched the James Bond reality show. Very much looking forward to it, but I'm way behind on anything that's not related to the NAPT or Las Vegas right now.
185.
Hello, Mr. Lannis. PD, I quite liked you, but now you said James is a Swiftie, so sad. Ed, ban him. You come after my girl Taylor, and I will come after you.
Don't be messing with Tay-Tay. Oh, look at this, guys. They're going to war. That was a small continue, 3x check raise, and a call from Laskovitz. Still with the best hand. Decent chunk of change in the middle, guys. 645K.
Well, Laskovitz has improved to a 4-1 favorite with the 6 of diamonds on the turn.
Does Lannis continue here, James? That's the question. Lannis is the effective stack, 1.76 million behind.
375.
Came to play, 375K on the turn. So hard for the nines to continue here. This is a very, very well timed from Lannis. And gets it through. Nice play there from Lannis. Beautiful poker.
We can't get 5 minutes to go to the bathroom. Just got to miss a hand at the high roller final table.
I think playing a 2-hour,
What do you think, like 2
15-minute
minutes?
session without a bathroom break is... look, I feel for these guys. As someone who literally needs to urinate every 40 minutes, I kind of feel that we need to do something to help these guys out.
As someone who hasn't had a sip of water in over 20 years, I don't know what their problem is.
Hey, no one will see it. No, I mean, obviously, I don't care. You guys to be able to.
No, I know you guys don't care.
Well, looks like we're going to take a short pause to allow the players to
Fuck, I'm going to.
Relieve themselves.
I don't care about
make use of the
All right, good trick.
facilities.
Keep going. Go, 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 go. We got him. Go, go, go.
Run in the corridor.
They're boycotting. They're boycotting. They're taking their break. They don't care what they have to say.
A short pause in the action. Hopefully we'll mute their microphones. And in the meantime, let me tell you what's going to be happening here at Resorts World Las Vegas next week. The NAPT officially wraps today, but as we head into Formula One week, there are going to be special charity poker tournaments presented by Stars and Oracle Red Bull Racing. November 16th through 18th, that's Thursday through Saturday, 2 p.m. every day, $200 to play, raising money for Wings for Life. That's going to be the main poker room at Resorts World Las Vegas. Joe and I will be there doing tutorials every day for people who've never played before, hosting those tournaments. Should be a lot of fun.
I appreciate you always taking the time to talk to individuals, even when you have 1,000 things.
So that's November 16th to 18th, 2 p.m. Charity tournaments every day here at Resorts. In the run-up to the F1 Grand Prix down the Las Vegas Strip. Now, talking of Vegas, if you can't make it to the real city, why not check out the virtual one? Because PokerStars VR has become Vegas Infinite. Still free to play with poker and casino games. Nick, I know you've played this. I haven't checked it out since the upgrade, but it looks pretty spectacular.
It is, and also I want to note, if you guys don't have a VR headset, it is now available to be played on PC as well. You don't need to have a VR headset to take part, and you can still get in there and mix around with people who are on VR. And the upgrades they've made are incredible. I've been using it since the very early days of VR. Highly recommend you check it out, especially if if you are in the United States and you're in a state that can't play online poker the way we love it. Go and check it out. It's a great opportunity to get your chops up, and it's a really fun experience in VR as well.
It's very fun.
Yeah.
And last but by no means least, once we are wrapped here in Vegas, the show goes on the road to Prague in the Czech Republic for the final stop of EPT 2023. And we are going to bring you a 6-day live stream from the final stop of this season of the European Poker Tour. The 10K Mystery Bounty and the 5K main event will be streamed on Twitch and YouTube December 12th through 17th. On the Stars Twitch and YouTube channels. That will be our final live stream of 2023. Hope you've enjoyed our coverage from NAPT Las Vegas. So we look forward to seeing you from Prague just before Christmas. First time we'll have ever streamed a Mystery Bounty, Nick. And I was saying to Joe yesterday, we need to think about how we're going to do the prizes. That needs to be a really big part of the stream.
Yeah, and I mean, it's such a huge part of that entire format. Yeah, we should... Can we do bingo cards or something? I don't know. I think this is going to be a lot of fun.
Got to have a workshop, a brainstorm before we go to Prague in mid-December. But obviously we need to wrap up the action here first. We are going to conclude this high roller final table. 4 players remaining, returning from this impromptu bathroom break, and then we'll play out the end of level 26 and all of level 27 before the first official break of the day. Right now, Samuel Laskovitz has the chip lead with 57 bigs, and John Riordan is the shortest stack with 17 bigs.
I think we just reached record peak view.
Oh my God, what a handsome final table. The female viewership.
Yeah, right.
As soon as he got out, right?
Yeah, right.
Fucking the Hollister model's gone. His name even sounds like a model. John Andreas or something? Jesus.
Okay, so I'm not the only one.
Laskovitz has opened with Queen 7 of spades. It's Shannon Shaw's big blind, and he's not going to defend with 6-3 off.
Look at me.
Cornell Meyer says, James, what do you think about the Broncos playing Taylor Swift in the stadium after beating the Chiefs? I actually think that's pretty cool. I don't care who wins the game as long as they're playing Taylor Swift in the stadium.
Taylor makes everything better.
Which track?
What is your favorite Taylor Swift song?
115.
There's too many to choose from, Nick.
Well, I know, but that's why it's an interesting question. Big blind, suited hand. This is our chip leader, Samuel Laskovitz, 58 big blinds. I think I'd like to see a call here from pretty much any suited hand. And yeah, going to continue.
That's right, Crystal. Swifties in the house. Jack 10-8. That is a straight.
Oh, dear. Spicy spot for Laskovitz. If he improves to the straight there, going to do chunks to Lannis, who has actually just flopped the joint here. I think probably in the region of 1/3 to half pot here. I'd argue that probably like a low coordinated board is probably closer to a half pot bet, but Jack 10-8 goes for the 1/3 continue. Seems good so far. Laskovitz definitely got to be calling at least once here, if not putting in a raise once in a while. I think it's a pretty standard call, really. I think check raising with a 9 here is a little bit too aggro. Don't think that's something we do too often. And that is a devastating turn for Laskovitz. Oh no, Laskovitz thinking, how do I get max value from this combo? And unfortunately for Laskovitz, Lannis, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cards straight.
Two things very quickly. Number one, Cornell says they played Shake It Off. Perfect choice of song. And David Mitchell writes Lamer Swift. First of all, David, that's a piss poor pun. Secondly, no smack talking Taylor. Ed, ban him.
All right, 205K is the lead from the big blind. Now, Lannis facing that lead, I think he has to go really big here, James, right? You got to really punish that random chance that your opponent has the 1 card straight, which is completely reasonable. Just go huge, mate. Lannis, make it like $1 million.
690.
All right, 690, keeping it chill. Wants to get called by some 2 pairs once in a while still, it seems.
Got the nut.
And yep, snap call. Laskovitz probably actually could have been a lot worse, James.
And Lonus takes the chip lead once again, 3.36 million. He's got 67 big. Samuel Laskovitz drops down to second place. 2 million chips, 40 big blinds. Shannon Shaw hovering around the 24 big blind mark. John Riordan playing 15 bigs as the short stack at this 4-handed final table.
Yep, improves to the 7 card straight and gets paid. 67 big blinds, feeling great about this final table situation. By the way, shout out to Danny86, first time chatter. Thank you for the compliment, sir. I really appreciate that.
Leo says, how did he not get value with the nuts? WTF was that? He did get value with the nuts.
115.
Yeah, I think the race on the river would be considered value, James.
Leo responds, check turn and raise small on the river with the nuts. Leo, he doesn't know what his opponent has. He doesn't know how strong his opponent is. If he knows the other guy's got a baby straight, maybe he raises bigger.
Are there... All right, I'm going to... Amnesty here. Do the people out there think that the players see what we see? If so, that's okay. It means you're probably really new to this. So let me explain this. Here's how it works. You only know what your own hold cards are.
Hold cards, right.
You don't know what the other people's hold cards are. It's wild. Like if you go play poker, the graphics and all that, they're not there.
What?
Yeah, it's wild.
It's a real culture shock for me, I got to tell you.
That's a good point from Paul the Cleaner. We often have this battle, right, between YouTube viewers and Twitch viewers. We always say it's a bit like the kind of the news team fight in Anchorman.
Yeah.
I think we now have a new level of battle. EPT chat pros versus NAPT chat pros.
Riordan's going to be all in here, guys. Blind v blinds. He has the shortest stack. He has 15 big blinds. This is a pure jam. There it is.
Come on.
And Lannis tapped behind him. That's our chip leader with 67 bigs. Snap calls.
What does Jesse Lonas have here? Ace-8, he's got Riordan dominated.
Wow.
And Riordan may fall victim to a hand which we know as the Spraggy. Because it's unkempt and rarely wins.
That's what I thought you had last time.
That being said, it often comes 7.
Who you guys room for?
Frequently comes 7, guys.
Hope everybody has fun.
I've already won. Anyone fold a 7?
This one gets chopped up at a pretty high clip, I think.
Oh, no.
It is coming 7 on this occasion. It is domination rotation in favor of John Riordan.
No waiting.
No diamonds either.
So Riordan only goes broke to an 8 on the river.
Yeah, no counterfeits either.
Wow.
It's another 7.
I would have preferred the turn, but...
And that is going to see John Riordan double up through Jesse Lonas. Riordan now playing 32 bigs, is now 3rd in chips. Shannon Shaw is now the shortest stack with 22 bigs. Jesse Lonas playing 50 bigs, but hold the phone. Blinds are up. We have now rolled into level 27, which means everyone is now a whole lot shallower. The chip leader has 43 bigs. The shortest stack has 18 bigs.
5, 2, Jesse. 2, 5.
6-5.
So that all-in really was bringing up the Riordan.
And Frank is right. It seems we have brought the always coming 7 curse, in inverted commas, to the USA.
We have indeed. No longer bringing up the Riordan. Shore now bringing up the Riordan with 18 big blinds.
Oh, we're up. 36.
Satan Springer says, 4-color deck, thank
So
you.
if we got the 3-handed, would it just set the level
How
to
about
30 minutes?
no? Thank you for your comment.
So they would play this whole level still?
Yeah.
Sorry I didn't bust out to make the pressure better for you guys.
You don't usually do predictions, but Thomas
It's
asked
going to be hard to make it in time for the NFL game.
us to predict who's going to win this. I think it's going to be Jesse Lonas. Synergy and streakiness and all that is a thing in poker. Won the super high roller earlier. I think that it'll be a nice bookend.
60.
Over 60 now?
Yeah, I would say also Lannis just seems to be applying a little bit more pressure. Seems to be in there mixing it up. Wider opens, a couple cheeky check raises we've seen so far as well, Joe. That 8-7 of clubs check raise flop continue turn. Quite a nice little move there with the semi bluff 8 high flush draw.
You know what you got now? About
Hair over 2 million.
Thank you. Clock's not going, sir.
Laskowitz with 10-8 of diamonds.
475.
Jesse Lonis 3-betting from the small blind with king 4 off.
I mean, how can this guy not be the favorite?
That's what I'm saying. Getting in the mix. King 4, great hand selection here as well. That king blocker. And as we know, blockers are extremely real.
It's just so annoying, too, because winning does beget winning in poker. When you're feeling confident, when you've got a bunch of wins, you can play a little bit differently. You can make more moves. You can not sweat the money as much.
By the way, I really enjoyed your line of questioning with Phil Hellmuth yesterday regarding his approach to positivity. Like, do you go into every tournament thinking you're going to win every tournament? Which, when he talks about poker, it seems like that would be the case. But he was saying, I just try to get to the end of the level. I just try to get to the end of the day. I just trying to get to day 2.
I don't believe him. But I think it's a good answer.
It is a good answer. I enjoyed that. And actually, I think a lot of people might benefit from the suggestion.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, shout out to Phil, though. I really enjoyed that commentary yesterday. I thought that was fantastic to get some GOAT commentary.
Phil was in fine form yesterday. Hopefully we get him back in here soon.
125.
Lonis's button raise is 125,000. Laskowitz in the big blind, ace-8 of clubs, defense.
Stolman at the final table.
Heads up to the flop.
Did the wrong bet. He like threw way more because of the color. So.
Oh, I heard something about that.
He said, I'm announcing all my bets.
Oh, man, that's brutal.
Queen 8 deuce.
Instead of 160 or something.
Laskowitz with second pair, checks to Lonis.
With the initial chip set, like on day 1, I've definitely felt a little like off by the whole thing the whole time.
And that was the journey to do it.
Yeah. Oh, right. He probably still had some of the same.
I wouldn't know that. I didn't last very long, but
We got an 8. We got a club.
I'll address this question from Furkan. Says there's a 30-minute delay, so who is winning right now in real time? Spill the beans.
Who's this Furkan guy?
Well, first of all, we don't know because we're in delay world, as it were. We're seeing the action the same time you guys are seeing it. We don't get spoilers from the future. And secondly, we don't want to know. And what we always say is if you guys do hear anything, if you know someone who's on the ground or you see something on social media, don't spoil it for the audience. Let's enjoy the experience on this 30-minute delay.
The only spoiler I want is if maybe somebody trips or slips on a banana peel or something. I want to know when that's coming so I can be ready for it. We don't miss it. That's only happened once. One guy fell off the stage.
Oh, yeah. That was in Cyprus, right?
Yeah.
There was beer everywhere.
No, that was from the winner.
The official banana peel slip.
top ace-8.
Patrick, you're really something. He remembered it was Gerard Carbo that fell off the stage.
Nice. Pizza guy in YouTube chat. King 4 off, great hand selection, lol. It is, in fact, great hand selection. If you're going to be 3-bet bluffing, having blockers is really good. If you look at the GTO solutions, King 4 actually is quite frequently used as one of your 3-bet bluffs to balance out the times when you actually do have much better premium combos. And it's easier to do because it means your opponents are slightly less likely to have the combinations to continue versus your 3-bet. Thank you for your question. Danny also suggests that bluffing is a bad strategy. Fair play, Danny. Fair play.
Arlo23 asks, how come the delay is so long? 30 minutes is pretty standard. There are some events, I think the World Series live stream is on a 60-minute delay. I mean, it's got to be an appropriate amount of time to protect the integrity of the game.
Yeah, 30 minutes seems like a very reasonable amount of time.
270.
KD says, you guys are sassy today. We're sassy every day. And just to clarify, and I saw someone a little bit upset on YouTube. It was Everhold. It's our style. We're just having fun with you guys.
We're just joshing.
We love all of you, but that doesn't mean we can't have fun with you.
And I think we're sort of reflecting the attitude of the players at the table today. You know, they are playing a high roller. They are playing for a lot of money, but they're having fun.
Yes, indeed. Keeping it light. Mr. Lanes, 51 big blinds. Yeah, I'm liking Jesse's style here. I think he's my vote for today as well. I just think he's applying a little bit more pressure, but I mean also he's one of the biggest stacks, right? And therefore by extension would have more opportunities to, you know, lean on his opponents. But when he was shorter stacked, was still in the mix, so fair play.
Joseph, there is a request.
Yeah.
From Counter-Strike 2 Moments.
Uh-huh.
On YouTube.
Yep.
Can I get a shout out for Latvia?
Okay. Counter-Strike 2 Moments. I'm an older guy. You know, I used to be, had my finger on the pulse of, you know, what the youth was up to. I'm unclear as to what a shout out is, but I think it would go something like this. Like, yo, what's up, Counter-Strike? Thanks for watching. And shout out to all our people watching in Latvia. You guys are the best. Love Latvia. Latvia forever. Something like that.
That's exactly what we're looking for.
That's what a shout out is? I would never do that. I'm sorry. It's not me. How about a sourdough, huh? Artisanal sourdough. For John Riordan.
See your stack real quick. Thank you.
Jesse Lonis, Queen 4 suited in the big blind. Are we going to see one of those out of line 3 bets and then a ship it with sourdough?
No, it's a fold from Lonis.
Why is Counter-Strike saying that we made their day? I said I wouldn't do it.
Still have 50 minutes on the clock. Still have 4 players at the final table of this 5K high roller. 150 total entries. I don't know whether you saw, but they were near or on the bubble for several hours yesterday.
It was, I went out one time, we had a break, and our breaks are far apart. And they were on the bubble, and I went out during another break, and they were still on the bubble.
It was Cho who went out on the bubble.
I can't even believe that. The first time I went out, she said we're 2 off the money, and she's like, it's really hard for me to not just get it in. I have plenty of chips. I know I can min cash if I just hang in there. And then the second time I went out, they were on the bubble, and she was like, I can feel it. I feel like I'm going to bubble. I'm like, Arden, don't bubble. Just don't do it. And then she did it.
They knew that once the players were in the money that things would then speed up, and we realized we would be able to get down to a 6-handed final table. But sadly, Nadia Magnus, loose cannon, turned big game judge / coach, was eliminated in 7th place. It didn't make it to the final day of this tournament. $125. Lonas raising the button here. Jack 8. Shannon Shaw folding Jack 7 in the small. Samuel Laskowitz in the big blind with 10-8 of diamonds. Root asking about Nadia's role on the new Big Game series. So she won't be doing commentary, but you will be seeing and hearing a lot from Nadia because, along with myself and Joe, she was part of the judging panel that helped select the 2 loose cannons who got to play in the Big Game on tour. Plus, after we selected those cannons, Nadia then played the role of coach, and she's on the rail the whole time, there to offer advice, hints, tips for those cannons, as someone who's been there, seen it, done it.
Well, well, well. 2 pair on the turn.
Nice.
For Lonas.
Yeah, and it is a pair and a straight draw for Laskowitz. Stuart Langridge says, I can't believe I spent all of day 1 sat to the right of Shaw. Trust me, it was hard work. Stuart, I believe you.
Oh, man. 85. Stu's a gold pass winner.
There were 30 of them playing in the high roller. The Vegas Special Edition gold passes. 5K high roller entry. More than a week staying here at Resorts World in Las Vegas. Tickets to the Formula One Grand Prix next weekend. Amazing package worth $20,000.
That's going to be awesome. Very jealous. Two pair for Lonas here.
Seth M says, can't wait to see the big game. Always entertaining. Looking forward to voicing those shows, Seth. We'll be doing the commentary in the new year. Hopefully those shows will be released at some point in the first quarter of the year. We'll keep you guys up to date with when and where those shows might air.
So the value bet from the player in position here, Lonas puts in 490.
Thinking of making a hero call here with just the 8. He's played a time bank card and then folds his hand as Jesse Lonas increases his chip lead, playing more than 50 bigs now. Stack of 3.3 million. Shannon Shaw approaching the danger zone with just 13 bigs. And Firkin's back on YouTube. Any comment on the Formula One coming to Vegas?
That Firkin guy?
I know a lot of locals, people who live here, people who work here, have been very down on the Grand Prix. It's caused a lot of problems, I guess, and delays and congestion with the roads being resurfaced, with roads being closed, people being rerouted. I appreciate it's probably been a massive inconvenience, but I'm not going to lie. I'm really excited about it. And when it comes to next Saturday night, when it comes to having Formula One cars going down the Las Vegas Strip at 10 o'clock in the evening, how can that not be super cool?
That is super cool, for sure. I can appreciate it. It was very stressful for people who were constantly being rerouted and couldn't get to work and all that kind of stuff, but that is going to be pretty dope.
James, is there anything about what we've been told we're doing that is a secret?
No.
Okay, so all the stuff that's in there, like the appearances and the names and all that's in that, we can...
I mean, ultimately, what we're doing on a daily basis is we can talk about.
Because I'm pretty excited because it looks like at one of the events we're working, the drivers are coming, right?
Well, we are going to be spending a decent amount of time at the Koval Strait Red Bull Racing Hospitality Suite.
Yeah.
So I think we'll get to mingle with some of the drivers, some of the guys from that team.
Dude, these people are famous.
Yeah, super duper famous.
Do you think Max Verstappen is going to like me?
No.
So fast.
That was speedy. Jeez.
Not even a thing.
Snackle.
Unbelievable.
1-7.
Joe, I think he's going to love you, man.
No, thank you for your question.
I think you guys are going to be best friends. He's going to invite you to his birthday party.
It's just, I got a cousin who's just like insanely huge F1 fan. And his daughter is like 8 or 9 years old, also loves, and her favorite driver, lo and behold, Max Verstappen. And I'm not going to lie, I really want to impress my 8-year-old cousin.
Yeah, I understand. No, I understand the feeling there.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'd be like, yeah, I just hung out with Max Verstappen. It's no big deal.
I mean, that will pretty much be true.
Yeah, so interesting sort of.
He won't like you, but
like what? Let's say this. Like, let's say that I'm at the same event as Max Verstappen, and there's under 100 people there, but we don't ever talk. What am I allowed to say?
You can say whatever you want, Joe.
Say like, can I say I hung out with Max Verstappen? Is that overstating it a little bit?
If you're in like the VIP den and he's in the vicinity, that's definitely hanging out with Max Verstappen.
Okay.
Chat, what do you guys think? I mean, like, where do you draw the line? Like, if he's in an F1 car on the track and you're watching, you're not hanging out with Max Verstappen.
Right.
But if you're in like the official Red Bull situation, you know, I don't know. I'm kind of tempted to extend the trip now. That would be kind of cool. Is it so? It's all on Saturday. Is that how that works?
So I think like there's like a practice Thursday,
right?
Qualifying Friday, race on Saturday,
right? So it could be back in time for Sunday Million, guys. That might be kind of reasonable.
No, the race is like at midnight.
No. But well, it's on Saturday,
like Sunday morning, I think.
Oh, okay. Can anyone confirm that? So the race is at like midnight on Sunday.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, that probably wouldn't work for a 9-hour flight home or whatever it is.
Username 99 asks, if I go to Joe's show in WeHo next month, can I say I hung out with Joe? Yes. And you know why? Because I do actually hang out with every single person who comes to my shows for at least a small amount of time.
That is true. That is true. Been to a few. It's the only time he ever hangs out with me.
Dude, if they could build in like a day off every once in a while on one of these trips, I would hang out with people more.
The official meet and greet.
Well, I've already highlighted the fact that come tomorrow, come Monday afternoon, I'm probably going to be populating at least one of the 1-3 no limit tables here at Resorts World Las Vegas. So if you're in town, want to play low stakes cash, want to take my money.
Can we get a vague range here, James? Because I think most people are expecting it to be the evening, but you said you're going to do afternoon.
Yeah, look, if this final table ends at a reasonable time, and signs point to yes, might hit the town tonight, might go downtown, want to hit the craps tables at the Four Queens and the Nugget and Binion. So it's not going to be an early start tomorrow. But I guess after lunchtime, I'm going to be kind of twiddling my thumbs to a certain degree. So maybe 1 p.m., 2 p.m. maybe.
I'm here. I'm here for it. Just drop me a text. Well, you know.
I'm not playing with you again.
Yeah. It's gonna be great.
It's for the fans.
It's for the fans. There won't be any Jaeger bombs this time. It'll be very, very civilized, James.
Yeah. When I say come take my money, I mean like, you know, regular people, not my colleagues. If like, you know, the entire production team is populating that table and Nick Walsh is like, guys, come on.
Okay, I'll be the table next door. Come on, it'll be good fun.
I might join eventually. I've got I know a lot of people that live in Vegas, and not all of them were here at the NAPT, and none of them can understand why I didn't have time for a lunch or a dinner because I've been here for 9 days already. Right. So tomorrow, being the first chance I have to see some of those folks, I got some plans, but maybe late afternoon I can come join.
Just very quickly, I'll answer this question from Disha. Have you ever been in a poker tournament, James? I won the last poker tournament I played, Disha. Thank you for your question.
It's true.
Yep.
Overpair for Lonis. Heart draw for Riordan.
Yeah, and backdoor straight possibilities as well.
175.
Lonis was the pre-flop aggressor, continues for 175K.
I mean, it's just not that often you get a chance to paint the town red with, you know, James Hartigan, the official Partigan out on the strip.
Tonight is going to be the Fremont Street experience. I want to shoot craps. I want to play some table games, and I'm a tight one, so I need to go to the resorts where they don't charge you very much money for that.
I'm in. I'm going to try and fire a bullet in the last chance here, but otherwise, Golden Nugget is calling my name for sure. Let's get some cash games going. All right, on to the next one. Lonis still in front with 57 big blinds, and Shannon Shore is our danger zone shorty stack. 10 big blinds for Shannon Shore.
Okay.
Ace Jack under the gun, and Shannon Shore makes a committing raise. This is a virtual all-in from Shannon. Started the hand with 10 big blinds. And I heard the words all in. It's Lonis who shoves on Shannon, who calls it off, and it is a domination situation in favor of Shannon Shore.
Yep, I think Jesse's doing the right thing here, just kind of running into it, but obviously still going to make the best hand a decent chunk of the time, although dominated here.
Who are you guys rooting for?
It'd be nice to chop one.
Chop.
I feel like one of the chops has to come in.
Yeah, we're due.
This one's hard, right? It's a hard chop. This is a hard chop. Gotta stop playing these fucking shitty aces. I fucking had 6 million tips.
Don't play weak aces and you could have 6 million chips. Ace Jack is holding on the flop. Shannon Shore is going to double up unless his opponent can spike a 9. No opportunities now.
I'll take a 9.
Only a 9 will send Shannon Shore to the rail in 4th place. River card is a 3. Shannon doubles up.
630.
Another great hold there for Shore. Right back in the mix now, 22 bigs.
Still the shortest stack. Actually, pretty much tied with Riordan, who's got 23 bigs. And Jesse Lonis still chip leader, but only has 47 bigs. Things pretty shallow right now, and will get shallower in 35 minutes' time when the blinds go up.
Pretty much any double up is going to make someone chip leader, though.
I Clutch says, are they tipping the dealer or posting the ante after winning the hand? That's the ante going in. Only James Bond tips dealers with tournament chips with no cash value.
Honey, we just made $10 million.
I think the statute of limitations on that claim was another 3 years, right? Didn't he say 2026?
Yeah. I mean, who knows? It's possible that poker trickled down, resulted in a $10 million windfall over the last almost 20 years since Casino Royale came out.
Action. Folded to red, and who raises to 125,000 with Queen 5. 8 deuce off for Lonis in the small. Folds. Shannon Shore in the big. Has 9 something and defends. Jack 7-5 on the flop. So we know that Riordan has at least a pair of 5s.
What do you want to have here, Nick, for your other card? 9-8, 9-6, 9-10? I mean, other than 9-9, which he probably doesn't have.
Jack 9 would be nice.
Okay, yeah, of course. Doi.
Jack 9 with backdoor clubs would be really tight.
Doi, yeah. Check, check. King 9. I changed my answer to King 9.
Got there for free, too. I think if Riordan is checking a 5 on this flop, probably doesn't mind checking it again here, but you know, you would expect your opponent to maybe lead a Jack or a King once in a while. Obviously, could still be in there with a 7 or something like that, too. So looks like Riordan on the flop, just taking the more passive line. Obviously, ICM pressure here on the FT, so we do more checking in general. Yeah, that kind of adds up in my head. If you're checking the flop, I think you want to check this turn quite often. And it's running out high. Mr. Shore, how do you feel, sir?
Are we going to get to see the other card? Can we get a check, check?
Can I get a check, check? I really appreciate that he's considering turning his hand into a bluff here once in a while. You know, he has pretty decent showdown with the 5, but, you know, you might want to still get a 7 to fold. Maybe even a Jack might give it up once in a while here, but given the action, just going to check, check. Oh, Queen 5, no good.
9 what?
9 what?
Ace.
Hey, there it is. See, Joe?
I didn't revise it.
You should have revived to Ace 9.
Jeepers creepers.
Keep revising.
Even the fake hand in my head that I made up got sucked out on. James, how much to get you to go on the zip line downtown?
More than any of you can afford.
Slotzilla. Would you do it for low 5 figures?
More than any of you could possibly afford.
Would you do it if Max Verstappen asked really nicely, like as like a personal gift to him?
He could afford. If Max Verstappen gets his checkbook out, then we're talking.
His checkbook.
What if Kylie Minogue was like, "Hey James, I'd really like to ride the zip line with you"?
There are many things I would like to do with Kylie Minogue. Riding the zip line, not one of them.
Yeah, but that's not the question.
Actually, I probably would call it riding the zip line.
I think James would do it if Kylie asked really nicely.
Kylie could definitely afford to pay the price that it would take for me to get on that thing.
Where is her residency?
Venetian. Sold out until May of next year.
Isn't it weird that maybe 2 of your most favorite recording artists of all time have had residencies at NAPT locations?
It's true. Now I just need Taylor Swift to go to Mohegan Sun.
Are you really that big of a Taylor Swift fan, or is this like a meme?
No, it's genuine.
Huh.
I couldn't be bothered to jump through all the hoops that were necessary to secure tickets for the Eras tour at Wembley next summer.
Yeah.
So I'm probably going to pay an obscene amount of money to get tickets closer to the
aftermarket
actual gig. Yeah.
Are you willing? Is the amount that you're willing to pay for the tickets somewhere in the region of the amount that we have to pay you to go on Slotzilla?
Oh, there's a business deal to be broken here. I could effectively see Taylor Swift for free if I'm willing to risk my life.
I think your life's in way more danger walking around on Fremont Street than it is riding above it.
That's so true.
All right, we got blind on blind. Laskowitz, Riordan. 9-4 trade, 2 hearts, pair of 4s for Laskowitz. This was unraised pre-flop. Laskowitz probably looking to check call. Interesting.
3, 4, 5, 6. Not quite there yet.
Nope, but on its way.
And also, pair of 4 still good.
Yeah, kind of not that dissimilar to the previous spot. In an unraised pre-flop action scenario, blind v blind, I think queen high is just going to be the best hand quite often. You could argue that Laskowitz is going to have a little bit more showdown if they're checking, because of course they're probably going to be bluffing if they have less showdown on either the flop hand or the turn. But I think you just take the free card, and there it is. 10 on the river for Riordan. That's 100% now.
Oh, poor Laskowitz. Rivered.
Yeah,
the river Riordan.
This 60K is getting cold. I should say at least cold, because I presume that Riordan's considering a raise here. But just a call. Hands are tabled, and Riordan's going to win that one. Riordan and Shannon Shaw are the 2 shortest stacks right now. Riordan with 23 bigs, Shannon Shaw with 24 bigs. Jesse Lona still chip leader with 45 bigs. Brownie says 150 entries seems extremely low. For a high roller event at the end of a festival? No, I don't think it's that low.
No.
Guarantee assumed a field of 100, so 50% clearance on the guarantee, I think people are pretty happy with.
And unlike other brands, our guarantees are guaranteed.
Well, this is going to be blind v blind. John Riordan in the small. 10-9 offsuit.
If 10-9 suited is the Grafton, is 10-9 offsuit the Nafton?
I'll allow it.
I will allow that. That's a good one. Yeah, blind v blind action. Riordan is 22 big blinds deep, and of course our chip leader in the big blind, Jesse Lonis with 45.
Jacks for Jesse Lonis.
The Jables.
So Riordan has just called.
190.
Lonis raises to 190,000.
That's a big raise. Yeah? Big blind's 60? That's only 3. Okay. I was looking at the small blind.
A little bit more than 3x, which I like. Blind v blind. I think this is a very good sizing.
Not as bad as I thought it was. Sorry, not as big as I thought it was.
So from what we've seen from Riordan so far, I think he knows he's probably supposed to limp call here quite often. You definitely don't want to get in the habit of limp folding too frequently, and 9-10 seems like a very clear limp call in my opinion.
It is a 9-high flop. And Riordan has quickly checked.
Riordan going to be committing some more chips. With the worst of it.
Looks like Jesse was just confirming how deep Riordan was before proceeding. On this kind of a texture, at this stack depth,
235.
you might want to go a little bit on the bigger side. Yeah, a little bit over 50% on the 9-7 tray flop. Is that enough to entice Riordan in, or potentially even get Riordan to put more chips in right here, right now?
Brandon Arthur puts it perfectly. This could be costly. Riordan playing a time bank
I
card.
thought he folded right off the bat.
What's the watch, James?
Might be the steel and gold Black Bay. No, it's a Rolex.
Analog. Thank you for your question.
Two-tone sub. Yeah, steel and gold Rolex Submariner.
Oh boy.
Wow.
All in and a call. Riordan at risk and behind.
How many times you want to run it?
They can only run it once, and there are only 5 cards that Riordan can hit to survive. Already looks a little bit defeated.
Yeah, good way to describe it.
Deuce on the turn. So Riordan needs a 10 or a 9 on the river, or we are three-handed at this high roller final table. It's a queen, jacks hold, and we lose John Riordan in 4th place. He cashes for $62,105. And Jesse Lonis has moved up over 4 million chips, 4.2 million, close to 70 big blinds. Samuel Laskowitz and Shannon Shaw, the other 2 players. Laskowitz with 30 bigs, Shannon Shaw with 22 bigs. As we say goodbye to John Riordan.
Can't believe we lost both Johns.
1-5 something.
And now we are three-handed.
4, I think.
When we hit the break in 20 minutes time, coming back from break, blind levels will be 30 minutes each. Jesse Lonis started the day as chip leader. He is very much the favorite to close this out. We established that he won the 10K Super High Roller at the start of the NAPT. He won a World Series bracelet this summer. Not just any World Series bracelet, the 50K PLO High Roller. I'm guessing that's a pretty strong field.
Oh my goodness, yeah.
Won a 10K at the PCA at the start of 2023. Plays most of his poker here in Vegas. Used to work a construction job in the Bronx. But suffice to say, now plays poker professionally.
That's like a real Goodwill Hunting type of situation right there.
He's still Jesse from the block, though.
Yeah.
Don't be fooled by the stacks that he's got.
Laskowitz raising here to 120,000 with King Jack of Diamonds. Shannon Shaw in the big blind with King 4 off.
Ooh, Shannon.
The cheeky 3-bet.
Man, if you can get someone to fold a hand when you're this dominated and this short.
Man.
Oh, boo. Did not work.
Yep. King 4 off didn't work this time, did it, guys? Chat pros, get in there quick.
May no longer be hand of the day.
Shannon Shaw drops down to 17 big blinds. Laskovitz hovering around the 35 big blind mark.
Yep, this is your opportunity, chat.
I like to call this stage of the tournament Threads Up, but Night Copper calls it the Walsh Zone.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Three-handed poker. This is where it really counts, guys.
Dyslexic Potato says, I liked the cheeky King 4 raise.
I did too. I am a fan of that. I don't mind people mixing it up a little bit. Yeah, three-handed poker now. Lannis could really flex here. I am loving this. I am loving this, chat. The absolute disrespect. 4 deuce off from the button. Let's go. How do you like them ranges? Yeah, Laskovitz has got a hand. Okay, fair enough. So
you're not loving it now, are you? Now it looks stupid, raising the button with 4 deuce.
No, I still like it. I don't mind if he runs into tens here. Laskovitz is in a really interesting spot here now because Shore is 16 big blinds deep. He might be tempted just to flat here, guys. Yeah, he's playing it cool.
2.5.
The ICM pressure here on that 30-34 big blind stack from Samuel Laskovitz is pretty intense. Top set feels great. So
it does feel great, but it's a board that kind of gives me a bellyache a little bit.
Joe, you just got to relish in it, man. You got to relish in it. So Lannis, obviously with 4 high, probably just wants to bluff flop right here, right now. Could put in like a little delayed c-bet as well. That's not completely ridiculous.
I'm with Joe, though. On this kind of board, I'm like, I just hope the board pairs on the turn, just to give me that kind of like little bit of extra confidence.
I honestly think that he could potentially check raise top set here. I think flatting is never going to be bad, of course. When you flop a set, you're doing pretty good pretty much always, especially in the game of no limit hold'em. But at this stage in the tournament, Laskovitz might just want to pump up the pressure right here, right now. Probably still gets value from a 9 or a 7 if he picks a good size. Probably gets value from King Queen. Probably gets value from Queen Jack. Gets loads of value from overpairs. Yeah, I like it a lot. This is probably my line too.
Cacao.
Laskovitz taking that one down, narrowing the gap between himself and Jesse Lonis.
Yeah, I took the words out of my mouth. And even more pressure on that 42 big blind stack now. Shannon Shore is the mark here. Both big stacks looking to eliminate that individual. The player getting closer to the danger zone so they can find another ladder and they can duke it out heads up for all the jewels.
And let's just talk about prize money. Everyone has now locked up 80K. A significant jump if you can make it to second. You're guaranteed a 6-figure score, $113,000. And there is more than 180K up top, along with the NAPT High Roller Trophy. Queen 9 for Shannon. Opens on the button.
Yeah, Shannon's got to be careful here with the opens because the big stacks now obviously can start bullying pretty hard, but Queen 9 seems fine here at the stack depth. I think Lannis might just peel with the Queen 7. Playing three-handed now with the big blind ante. A lot of dead money out there. Usually has the right price with extremely wide range. In fact, it's probably going to be, you know, even weaker than Queen 7, but keeping it cool.
Jose on YouTube says, commentator is clueless. You're going to need to be more specific. There's 3 people here.
Unfortunately, Jose's not going to get the chance because you banned.
What do you have, Jesse? Like 4?
3.8.
1.25. Shannon, 1.2.
4, 6, 1.1.
Well, we get a button raise here from Laskowitz. 9-8 of diamonds. Lonas 5-3 off in the small.
Are we going to see Lonas open things up even more, attacking any sort of chips put in the pot by Laskowitz until Shannon is eliminated? Just thinking about it.
Yeah, I mean, a long-standing executive at PokerStars once suggested the term to me, implied collusion. When you get to this stage in the tournament, it is beneficial to chip leaders to eliminate short stacks, and therefore you're going to negotiate these situations with the intention of doing so. And I think that is just part of the sort of vicious cycle of tournament poker that we see quite often.
Oh, yeah, here we go.
$160.
Yeah, he's had no shortage of hands as well. Very aggressive, but also waking up with the hands and or finding some good flops. Obviously, that Queen-9 spot was pretty important to Jesse Lannis's game here on the final. Turning or flopping straight against opponent turning smaller straight. Big pot there.
You know what's wild is there were 30 Gold Pass winners in this event that had 150 entries, and none of them made it to the final day.
Only one of them made the money.
I mean, it just shows to go you that a skill game like this, I mean, man.
I love that they have the opportunity though. I think that's really cool.
Of course.
And I think the power path is really, really, really cool for pros and recreationals alike.
I was just thinking to myself, like 150 entries, could I have maybe just luck boxed my way to this final table? And no, I could not have. 30 Gold Pass winners, not a single one. Only one made the money. 29 of them donated to the prize pool.
What if next time we just put all the qualifiers in their own tournament? Qualifiers only.
Oh.
That could be kind of fun.
Laskowitz opening here on the button with King, Queen of Spades.
They would probably just do a 30-way chop.
Lannis might be tempted to get cheeky again here with the offsuit king. Applying a lot of pressure to Laskowitz here. Like we said, Laskowitz needs to be a little bit careful with that short stack, so Lannis might be tempted to try and start making moves. Yes, I'm loving this line.
Putting on the pressure, 3-betting from the small blind, 475,000 total. And Shannon Shaw has folded the big blind, so action is back on Laskowitz.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
I think Laskowitz knows that this is a defend.
See, we've got one of our Gold Pass winners in chat, Maureen, saying it still hurts. I busted 6 off the money.
Ooh, savage. Laskowitz, definitely tricky decision here. Seems like a nice hand to play from position, but 14 big blinds for Shannon Shore definitely going to alter the play here somewhat. Yeah, just play it in position. I don't think you ever want to 4-bet here. I think the flat is what you want to do most of the time.
Let's see what the flop brings. The answer is 4 tray deuce. Domination rotation. Lonus with a pair of deuces. A board that Laskowitz has pretty much whiffed. And if Lonus fires a continuation bet here, it's hard for Laskowitz to put in more chips in.
Yeah, and if he does continue, I'm really interested to see what the size is on this particular board.
275.
So about 1/4, I think that's actually very standard in 3-bet pots, but Laskowitz facing that 1/4 pot C-bet with 2 overcards and backdoor spades probably peels here.
Yeah, I guess 2 overs, backdoor spades.
Yeah. But with 14 big blinds of Shannon Shore, you know, potentially just wants to avoid all variance and just wants to get away. But I think the call is pretty good too.
King on the turn would be spicy. Instead, it's the 9 of hearts. So Lonus now a 93% favorite. Good question, Johnny Fingers. Make sure nothing significant happens in this hand, but I will answer your question. Can you change a package to what you want to do, i.e. if you don't want to play live? That is the beauty of the power path. If you win a power pass, you, as the player, have the power to choose what you want to spend that pass on. You can redeem it for online tickets. You can redeem it for a small regional tour ticket package. You could redeem it for a live event. So many options.
So Lonus checks turn, guys. Laskowitz.
425.
Whoa. Decides to bet. It's quite cool here, right? Because you imagine Lonus, like, you know, raising with some ace combos that are slightly ahead of your king-queen that you can still get to fold here. I mean, might be an opportunity to get, you know, a hand like even king-deuce to fold, king-4 to fold, ace-4 to fold, ace-deuce to fold. I think the defend there can still be some pairs that are over deuce 3-4, of course.
I believe you that those hands will fold. What are you repping? That you hit a 9 here?
Well, I think he can still have pocket 8s, pocket 9s, that kind of thing. I mean, could even have a hand as strong as pocket 10s, given the ICM pressure of Shannon Shore being so short. And yeah, a nice little spot there. King-queen takes it away from the out-flopping king-deuce.
And they have flip-reversed it on the leaderboard. Laskowitz now with the advantage, slight advantage over Jesse Lonus. It's a tale of the haves and the have-not. The have-not player being Shannon Shore, who's got 14 big blinds, more than 50 bigs for Lonus and Laskowitz, with 5 minutes on the level, 5 minutes till the break.
Yeah, very well played there. Shannon Shore now 14 bigs, Lonus 53, Laskowitz 55. Shannon Shore firmly got that target on his back at this stage for that significant ladder from 3rd to 2nd.
Shannon in the small blind completes with queen 10. 9-5 for Laskowitz in the big.
Gets to realize the equity of the 9-5.
The old Dolly Parton.
160.
Also, maybe thinking Shannon doesn't have a ton of limp traps on 14 big blinds.
Ace, queen, jack, advantage Shore.
Do you love this or do you hate this, Nick? Shannon Shore.
Yeah, it's a tough one. You're going to have to make some tough calls in spots like this. I think given the dynamic, if I put myself in Shore's shoes, I probably play pre-flop quite similarly. And then on this texture, Joe, I kind of think I just close my eyes and call down, to be honest.
Okay.
Just because this is a spot where Laskovitz is going to ISO super wide versus limp, raise versus limp, and you're just gonna have the best hand here so frequently. I mean, his ISO range is so wide.
Is it really bad to just shove Queen 10 pre-flop for 14 bigs?
Yeah, that's really bad because you do want all of that stuff. I just all those random hands to still bluff you a bunch, and that's how you get max from those combos.
God. What if you hate playing post-flop?
Is your name Joe Stapleton?
No, as a hypothetical person in the high roller, three-handed, who hates playing post-flop. Because you never have the nuts, ever.
Well, Shannon Shore has a lock on this hand. Has 595k behind. There's 650k in the middle. And having checked the turn, is facing a bet from Laskovitz.
It's so tough in situ. It's so tough, especially on the final table of this event, especially with the cameras on. I feel like Shore is the kind of guy that has enough experience where he can still be calling here. And if you're calling the turn, you're going to call most rivers as well. And you got to applaud this. This is really nice.
135,000 apiece going to the river, which is the ace of hearts pairing the board.
Okay, now I can play this street, maybe.
Yeah, and at this point, Laskovitz is like, am I really going to rep it? Do I really get a queen to fold? You can still get spades to fold, but do spades even call the turn, given that turn size? Yeah, that seems fine. Nice work there from Shore. Very, very cute little play. Very brave.
And he needed that one. Shannon Shore moves up over the 20 big blind mark, 23 bigs. And we are going to play one more hand before the end of this session. When the players come back from break, the blinds will be up to 40,000, 80,000. And of course, we are going to be playing 30-minute blind levels. It will be fast and furious in the ready money round.
Shannon Shore, known that dude a long time.
Been on the scene for the better part of 2 decades. Well, action's going to start with Shannon here on the button. He folds. Laskovitz in the small. Trey deuce.
Fold.
Folds. And that is going to take us to the break.
That felt like an eternity.
So before we go, let's clarify where things stand.
So 30 minutes after the
Pretty shallow is the answer.
30-minute levels, yeah.
The chip leader is playing around 40 bigs.
Can you turn this mic off?
Jesse Lonas, who started the day as the biggest stack, still has the biggest stack, but it's only 40 bigs. Samuel Laskovitz with 36 bigs. Shannon Shore, the shorty, with 17. So a new blind level coming up on the other side of this break. During the break, we're going to give you the chance to see what PokerStars players can experience at NAPT, including some rather fancy cars that make loud noises. Enjoy.
Yeah, excited?
We are going to drive supercars. This is amazing. PokerStars Gold Pass.
It's so loud here, but it's so exciting.
I love shoving these bounty buttons more than like chips. I kind of want to bring one everywhere and just count as an all-in button in any tournament.
Oh yeah, the all-in button, always popular, always successful in tournaments.
If by successful you mean a huge failure with people throwing them out all the time when they don't mean to.
750.
Toby Lewis makes it 750 with King 9 of hearts.
That's a little loose UTG +1, but there are antes out there.
Yeah.
Sean Deeb will call. And with both blinds folding, these guys are going to go heads up.
Deeb's in position with a suited 1 gapper.
And he hits his 10, but Lewis hits top pair. And he will continue for just over 1,000.
It's a good move for Lewis to lead out. He's c-betting a lot of hands in the spot, and with Deeb making second pair, he's going to get at least 1 call out of him.
Hasn't got a call, he's got a raise to just over 2,000.
Pull it.
And now Lewis jams.
Silly bounties make me have to call.
And he gets a customer, and Deeb's going to need to hit.
Just 10.
Deeb may have felt he had to call because of the extra equity provided by the bounties, but he knows that he's in deep doo-doo right now.
He needs to see an 8 or a 10. And it can't be a heart now.
That's a good card. Oh, yeah. That's a really bad card. Didn't even notice that. Boo.
Deeb now just has 3 outs. He needs a non-heart 10 or 8.
And he hits one of them on the river.
Run good.
Now that's a poker face.
Toby Lewis is eliminated.
Good game. Got there the hard way.
At least wait for the guy to get out of earshot before you start giggling.
I would think I would have fun even if I wasn't winning at this table. They're good people.
Everyone's good people when you're hitting 3 outers on the river.
Blinds are still 150, 300. And looks like Dean Lyle wants to play a hand with pocket 3s.
Hey, Dean Lyle showed up. Thanks for joining us.
And look at that. First hand he plays, he runs into the kings of Sean Deeb.
Very quick 3-bet.
Ace Queen for Alex Weiss. And he will 4-bet.
If you're going to play Ace Queen out of position, you want to do it with the lead. Plus, Deeb's a 3-betting maniac.
Raz Jacka will 5-bet with Ace Deuce. Well, Lyle's out of here.
Back in the old days, it never got to 5 bets without 2 people having aces. Long gone are the days you can fold kings pre-flop ever.
Deeb moves all in. And that should get pretty quick folds from both players.
Knew he was light.
Deeb acting like he didn't want to call.
So see his pocket 10s. This one? Yeah.
Once they see the king, they know they made the right laydown.
There's that laugh again.
Thank you, Jacka. I should have called.
Deeb takes his buddy Jacket down a notch, just the nature of their relationship. Meanwhile, back at our feature table, the blinds are up to 400, 800, the ante doubles to 100. Jude Ainsworth folds under the gun. Bear is out of the way, Sideman also mucks. Barry Greenstein has Jack Queen in the small blind.
Short stack Greenstein forced to move all in, small to big.
Can I count, please?
Should be a pretty easy call.
Ace 3 is the hand for Baumstein.
I call.
Good call.
Good call, but he doesn't look that happy about it.
They're almost racing.
Go, Barry.
Good to have 3 people rooting for me.
Everybody wants the bounties and the book for themselves.
Before Baumstein made that call, he figured out the bounty and book equity. King 3 deuce is the flop. Remember, if Baumstein does eliminate Barry Greenstein, he gets a signed copy.
Grab the book. No, don't jinx me like that.
He's
getting the marker out.
Well, I could have done it before the flop, and then you'd had no shot. I was nice enough to give you 3 free cards.
Here comes the turn card.
Barry still needs a queen or a jack.
And he needs to hit it on the river.
Oh, he's putting pen to paper.
Barry's really digging deep on this one.
And he hits a queen.
Barry will double up.
Psych.
That's some good dealing right there.
We should make him put that book away off the table until he's knocked out.
Well,
Can't pull that trick again.
Yeah, well, I would have felt like I was cheating if I did it like before the flop. I wanted to give him 3 cards out of the way.
Barry Greenstein is playing a stack of 22,000. The chip leader is Scott Baumstein, who has 46,500. Action is on Scott, and he has folded. Jude Ainsworth looks down at 8s.
We raise his Jack-6 offsuit. I assume he'll raise with 8s.
1,600.
He does. Army Bearer has folded the button.
Umberto!
I think that means all in.
He threw an Umberto's bounty chip. This might be considered a loose shove, but he's ahead of Ainsworth's range.
Well, Barry Greenstein has picked up ace-king.
Suited.
And he is going to move all in as well.
Ainsworth is getting good equity 3 ways. If he knew the hands, he'd snap call.
Get 2 bounties on a book.
And he's got them both covered.
Oh, gamble. Let's go.
He makes the call.
8s. 8s and diamonds.
Yeah,
you
good
got
luck.
one of my 8s.
Oh, no.
You want an 8.
No. I'm drawing so thin.
Come on, you're 3%. It's not that thin.
I'm drawing live suit.
There's a side part between Ainsworth and Greenstein. Greenstein and Seidman's tournament lives are on the line.
Bad shape as I can be in right now.
Still all smiles.
Jack 9-6, Barry Greenstein with 2 overs and a flush draw.
Making him the slight mathematical favorite.
You have
No clubs, though. Can't be clubs.
Red and low.
Ainsworth's 8 still in the lead. The 10 of diamonds gives Seidman and Ainsworth a gut shot.
Simon's double gutted, but the queen's no good.
Don't catch the queen.
It would give Barry Broadway. If the 8s hold, Jude would eliminate 2 players, claim 2 bounties, and get Barry's book. But the king on the river sees Barry make a better pair, and he will almost triple up and eliminate Andrew Seidman.
Hey, great playing with you guys.
Nice playing, Andrew.
Enjoy it, Barry.
Yeah. You were the nicest guy at the table.
I appreciate that. You seem pretty nice.
These guys are all jerks here. No, I'm kidding.
Apparently nice guys finish 5th.
Good game, guys. Good luck. Take it easy.
So Barry Greenstein adds a 4th bounty chip to his stack.
Yeah, I thought like...
To check myself out, you have about...
Just under 40.
Barry's got around 30 big blinds left.
600, 1,200 other blinds with a 100 ante. Baumstein has ace-6 on the button.
2,400.
And he will raise.
Min raise.
Barry with ace-jack.
Definitely going to see a 3-bet here.
He will re-raise to 8,000 total. And Baumstein moves all in.
4-bet shoving ace-6 is a decent play because with you having an ace, it's not all that likely that your opponent does. However, if you get called, you're not always in great shape.
Well, Barry Greenstein has made the call, and Baumstein will see that he is not in great shape.
Baumstein looking to hit a 3-outer.
Let's get a 6. 6.
That would be the one.
If Greenstein's hand holds up, he will take the chip lead. Here comes the flop. 5-7 deuce. Ace-jack still good.
Tell me it's a 6, please. I don't see anything. It's going to be a 6.
Baumstein's buddies begging for a 6.
Barry Greenstein in strong shape here to double up. There is the 6. It comes on the turn.
All right. Hold on. Shush. There's still another card.
These people haven't been around live poker for long. The jack on the river is what Barry needs. He doesn't get it. So Scott Baumstein wins this table.
Okay, now you can celebrate.
What was my hand?
That's Barry's way of reminding him he had the best hand.
Scott will finally get Barry's bounty and that all-important signed book.
Nice suck out. Love, Barry Greenstein. P.S. You stink.
We love you! Scotty B.
B-A-U-M?
This has always been a...
Nice
you give
hand,
out
yeah.
books to people a long time.
Okay.
I've read this before. I own it, but thank you very much.
You're welcome. Oops, I got to give you my bounty.
That was almost a $1,000 autograph.
Scott Baumstein now has 6 bounties and a seat in the final. The final table here in the Bahamas is now set.
Very good. Your brother's playing so great for a young kid.
Michael and his brother are very competitive. During every break, they see who can grow more beard.
I'd argue Michael's winning that contest. So we are still six-handed at this final table, and the blinds are up once again, 800, 1600, with a 200 ante. Andrew Chen has folded under the gun. Sean Deeb has picked up kings.
Sean Deeb is the chip leader and the bounty leader with 7 scalps.
4,000.
And he raises to 4,000.
Sean Deeb looking to collect one more scalp with his pocket kings.
Binger's got ace-king.
Binger with 6 bounties and just doubled up, but we could still see all the money get in here.
He has re-raised. He's made a 3-bet of 11,000. Neumann folds the button. Baumstein gives up the small blind. Billy Pilasov has ace-7 of spades. He'll also fold. Action's back on Sean Deeb. And he will make a 4-bet to 21,000.
Sean Deeb is just way too live to let him get away with making a 4-bet here.
And Bing is in a situation now where it's either shove or fold. And with ace-king, I can't see him folding. He moves all in. Deeb calls.
Michael puts it all in. Sean makes
Really
it all.
unlucky.
Sean shows pocket kings. Michael shows ace of hearts, king of clubs.
Nick Binger still looking like the grounded kid brother watching the fun from the front window.
I thought about folding ace-king to Sean D, but then you couldn't. Yeah, then you couldn't live with yourself.
When you're playing a guy as live as Sean Deeb, it is really tough to lay down ace-king ever.
Binger needs an ace, and Billy Pilasov folded one of them. The flop is 10-6-4.
I thought that 4 was an ace.
10 of hearts.
Mike Binger still in bad shape, but that's not an ace.
That is an ace.
Holla.
Mike Binger jumps way out in front.
That's how we do it.
Holla. Sean Deeb now the one drawing very thin.
He needs the last remaining king on the river. It's another ace. Oh, no, it's a 4.
I bet Nick takes credit for teaching him that one, though.
So big chip swing. Sean Deeb's just lost about a third of his stack. And with that double up, Michael Binger is now second on the leaderboard behind Scott Baumstein. The blinds are up to 2,500, 5,000 with a 500 ante. Action's on Sean Deeb, and he's raising with ace-9 offsuit.
Deeb's seemingly been in every pot at this final table.
He's made it 10,000, so it's a min raise.
Pretty risky raising ace-9 under the gun. It's easily dominated like it is now.
Baumstein moves all in from the small blind with his ace-queen. Chen with 8-10 offsuit will give up the big. Back on Deeb.
How much is it?
Deeb's thinking about making this loose call because of that 25K bounty bonus.
I think I'm calling.
He and Baumstein are tied for that bounty bonus, and with this hand, he could take over the lead and eliminate his closest competition.
Baumstein's railing crew and Deeb's friend Amanda on their feet.
This hand has failed me really, really badly before, but most hands have.
Ace-9 is a huge trap hand and much, much weaker than Ace-10.
I call.
He makes the call with just 27% equity.
Baumstein now poised to double up, cripple Sean Deeb, and take the chip lead. He's the 3-1 favorite to do so.
You have me covered, right?
Yeah. So bad at live poker.
Deeb will be crippled unless he gets lucky on this flop, turn, or river. The flop doesn't help him. 7-7 deuce. Ace-queen still good.
Deeb does have a backdoor heart draw to the nuts, and a double-paired board would chop it up.
9 for a win.
Not a bad flop for you.
Deeb as a 3-1 dog doesn't even want to watch this board run out.
Well, the 6 of spades on the turn takes away the heart draw. There aren't many cards that Scott Baumstein has to fade in order to become the chip leader and see Sean Deeb become the short stack.
Deeb needs a deuce or a 6 for a chop, a 9 for an outright win.
The river is a 9, and that will see Deeb eliminate Scott Baumstein.
I guess that's how you do it.
Serious binkage by Deeb. And Baumstein goes out in 4th place. He gets $57,000 for his earlier table wins and the bounties he's taken.
It almost seems predestined that Sean Deeb's going to shake the live monkey off his back.
He has taken the chip lead, and with that 8th bounty, he's in a great position to win the bounty bonus. The only man who can catch him now is Michael Binger. If we look at the bounty leaderboard, bear in mind that the table winner gets to keep their own bounty. So if Binger eliminates Chen and Deeb and wins the tournament, he would get the 25K bonus. Andrew Chen is out of the running.
Ace-9 finally got that for me.
That's what you do when you suck out something awful. Pretend like you were due.
Oh, yeah.
No worries.
Queen of Hearts accidentally exposed there. Actions on Mike Binger. 6-9. And he's raising from the button. Makes it 10,000.
Binger's trying to isolate Sean Deeb, who's likely to be all in the blind.
Ace-Jack of Hearts for Andrew Chen.
Seems like a pretty obvious 3-bet to me. Isolation, fail.
Chen makes it 25,000.
Half of Deeb's stack was in on the blind. He's got no choice but to try to triple up here.
I'm not quite sure why he's even looking. Get him in. Hope for the best.
You gotta know what to root for.
There he goes, all in.
This would be a pretty loose call from Mike Binger, but there is a lot of added value to that bounty bonus, and the only way to get it is to try to bust Sean Deeb.
It'll cost him an additional 15,000 to make the call. And Binger does call. He'll play a flop, so Deeb is all in. And drawing thin, but could potentially triple up, there will be a side pot between Binger and Chen. And what a flop for Chen. Top pair and the nut flush draw.
Mike Binger's caught a piece of this board as well, and he just might have to go with it.
Deeb, of course, has bottom pair. He's not drawing dead.
But he can't be in love with all this action.
Well, Chen bets 20,000 on the flop.
It might seem like a small bet, but in this situation, you're basing your bets on the size of the side pot. Mike Binger has invested a lot of his chips in this pot, and he needs that Sean Deeb bounty. I don't see him folding.
Come on.
He decides to make a stand. He makes a move. He moves all in.
Call.
And of course Chen calls. He's in a dominant position here. He could eliminate both players and win the tournament.
What a great spot for Andrew Chen. He's an 80% favorite during a three-way all-in. That's massive equity.
You priced me in. I wish you would have played your shipped it. I couldn't fold.
Binger will need a 6 or a 9. Deeb needs to see a 3. If a heart comes on the turn, Chen will have a stranglehold on the hand and his opponents will be drawing dead.
Nick Binger forced to stand idly by as the last two cards are peeled off.
The turn card is the 5 of hearts. It's all over. Chen's won it. He eliminates Sean Deeb and Michael Binger with the nut flush. Deeb will get the bounty bonus. Chen will take that winner-take-all first prize of $213,000.
Well, this is technically my biggest live score ever now, so yay for that.
Sean Deeb snags the bounty bonus of 25K plus 8 bounties in his 2 prior table wins. Total winnings 83K. Mike Binger, technically the runner-up, taking home $56,000 for his bounties and table wins.
Welcome back to Las Vegas and the PokerStars North American Poker Tour. The final event of the series is the 5K High Roller. The final table is playing today here at Resorts World Las Vegas. 3 players returning from break, competing for the trophy and a first prize of more than 180K. Those 3 players, Jesse Lonas, Samuel Laskowitz and Shannon Shaw. 40 bigs for the chip leader, 36 bigs for Laskowitz, just 17 bigs for Shannon Shaw, because we're now at the 40-80 blind level, and we are now playing a 30-minute clock. Blinds going up every half hour. 80K for the next player out, 113 for the runner-up, and $180,850 for the winner. It's James Hartigan alongside Griffin Benja.
What's up, James?
What is up, Griffin, is that we are playing three-handed poker at this FT, and one of these three guys is going to be a high roller champion. The question is whether Jesse Lonas will bookend NAPT Las Vegas. Having won the 10K super high roller at the start of the series, could win the 5K high roller at the end of it.
Yeah, and playing with a ton of confidence. If you've been around the last few levels, you've seen Jesse just raising, re-raising, just about anything, really feeling it right now, playing in flow, and he's the one to beat right now. But the blinds are getting pretty up there, and he's not going to have as much maneuverability, so hopefully he can extend that lead and take home the title.
The blinds are getting up there, and the blinds are going up quickly with 30-minute levels being played now that we are down to 3 players. Well, first hand back from break is a battle of the blinds. Jesse raising small to big with 9-8 suited. Shannon king-5 of spades.
Yeah, two very strong hands, all things considered, blind on blind. Shannon just going to call, though, off the 17 big blinds.
We have a Jack-9-5 flop. So bottom pair versus second pair. Lonas with the advantage.
Yeah, and Lonas deciding to slow down a bit here. Doesn't want to just bet and get in for the remaining 13 big blinds. Would rather pot control a little bit, kind of get a gauge of where he's at in this hand. Further streets now is going to feel very, very comfortable with this mid pair, and I would imagine we'll start betting for value. Try to charge those, 5 X's from the flops, the 4 X's on the turns, the spade draws, and this spade, the spade on the turn in particular, gives Shannon the flush draw on top of the pair of 5s, upping his percentage to 32%.
235.
That's 235. And Lonas going for that value we talked about. Sure, not hugely incentivized to do anything else but call here. Shoving is really not going to fold out any better hands. So you keep the bluffs in. You don't just get it in against a hand you're behind against and try to hit that 5 king or spade, or hope to get a check from your opponent if you're ahead.
Ooh. King on the river, 2 pair for sure.
And Jesse does not like this river card. Not necessarily concerned about any completed 2 pairs, but this does fill up Queen 10. Shannon could have something like King 10 pre-flop. All the other King X of spades combos that would be calling the turn and making a king on the river. There are a few other straight draws that have missed here when you consider something like, a 6-7 suited that would have called pre. All in. But a lot of those straight draws do include an 8, which Jesse blocks. So I think he's going to be less encouraged by using this hand as a bluff catcher. Something like Queen 8, 10-8, those types of hands, which would comprise a lot of the bluffs Shannon could have here. Lonas has one of those outs or blockers.
All in for 840,000, less than pot. And if Lonas heroes with the 9, it's going to be a double up for Shannon Shaw.
You hate to get bluffed here by, the Queen 7 of spades or something of that nature. 10-8 of spades.
You hate to get bluffed. You also hate to double up the short stack. Time bank cards in hand. Take as many as you want. Lonas is going to think about this one. Remember, with the shot clock running, players have 30 seconds per decision, and if you need more time than that, you have to play those time bank cards, which are worth 30 seconds each.
just tough because I can imagine how bluffy it feels.
Yeah.
You know, the straight draws missed, other than the queen 10. The flush draws missed. You know, Shannon Shore, the queen 6 suited, queen 7 of spades type hands.
Oh.
He's reaching for chips. Remember, Shannon will also value shove pretty much any king, right? So if he does have the king deuce of spades, king 3, king 6, king 7, all these hands that would call that raise pre-flop, he's going to feel comfortable shoving this river for value. So that does create more value hands than just the queen 10.
Lonis has counted out the call.
It's never a good sign, is it, James?
Depends whose perspective you're looking at this hand from. From Shannon Shore's perspective, get the chips in. Double me up. Makes the fold.
Great fold. And a huge pot for Shannon Shore, who has been on a bit of a heater, if I'm to understand it, based off his Twitter feed recently. I saw a great video of him winning, I think, an online World Series bracelet maybe, and something else recently. He's been all over the place, crushing as well. So a couple heaters.
And that has
two of them.
Even things out, Griffin. Shannon playing 22 bigs, both Jesse and Samuel playing 34 bigs. I see a comment on YouTube from Vaulted Mustang. Let's go, Phil. We waiting for you. Now, I think he is referring to a post on X from an @Phil_Helmuth, who writes, I'm joining the live stream shortly. Hopping in the booth for the PokerStars NAPT 5K buy-in final table. Hashtag positivity. That's right. Phil is returning after his extended period in the booth yesterday. As we see Jesse Lonis opening on the button here with ace-3, 180K. Folded to Laskowitz in the big blind with 9 deuce of clubs. Laskowitz defends and does pair his 9 on this king 9-8 flop. Playing in flow, checks to Lonis.
Advantage Laskowitz. If you're going to defend 9 deuce suited, it's nice to flop a pair.
Laskowitz checking a second time. Any delayed c-bet from Lonis?
Yeah, you're not going to fold out any better hands at this point, so I think you're just hoping to get to showdown with the ace high. Laskowitz now, though, can be very happy to go for some value. And there is the value bet.
120,000.
Yeah, quite cheeky sizing. Almost deliberately targeting a hand like ace high. Come on, aren't you curious? Jesse too wise to it.
And that will see Laskowitz take the chip lead. Just over 3 million chips, 38 big blinds. Jesse sitting in second place with 2.5 million.
Do we get more time at heads up, or this is it for the time banks for the day?
I think time bank cards, additional cards are given at the start of every other level. I think in the high rollers, the cards are based on level rather than by day. So I do think there are some more cards coming. Let me check my notes. Four times 30-second time bank cards at the start of play, with an additional time bank card at the start of every other level. From the desk of Tobias Stone.
First time in a while we've seen Laskowitz with the table chip leads, so I'd like to start seeing him get aggressive, see if he can really pin down Jesse a little bit.
Lonus raising to 250,000 after Laskowitz limped. And Laskowitz is going to call. We are going to see a flop.
Yeah, two very strong blind-on-blind hands.
And it is 10-6-5 on the flop, so King, Queen high, still the best hand. Lonus better than a 4-1 favorite. Looks like Laskowitz has checked to him.
There's the C-bet.
Hard for Laskowitz to continue facing a bet of 290,000.
And it looks like Jesse's sizing up a little bit here, and I think it's designed to try to fold out some ace highs that might otherwise float. You know, something like, you know, an ace four, something limp calling pre. Bet over half pot, take it down.
Lonus wins the pot. Well, we told you he was coming. Here is advertised, backed by popular demand. Phil Hellmuth, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Phil, I know you were expecting to see me and Stapes. You got me and Griffin Bencher instead. And I have to say, I'm feeling very left out here as the only person who's not had a complete meltdown at the World Series of Poker.
Oh, he's probably been waiting to say that line all day.
I love that. Yeah, yes. You know he's
practicing in the mirror on break.
Yeah. I mean, some of the people are like, you know, one guy out tweeted today, he said, you know, Phil, I didn't like you. I thought you were kind of an asshole. He said, but after your commentary, I kind of realized you're a nice guy, and thanks for the good commentary.
Oh, that's cute. That's
it
sweet.
was like, okay.
I've gotten that before as well. That was a really nice.
No,
I like that.
I will say two things, Phil. I think, number one, really enjoyed the time we spoke together yesterday, but also the audience really enjoyed it. And I do say you've won over some new fans.
Yeah, it's nice. I need fans. Look at this, Shannon Shore. Wow, man, he's been hot, too. He's won 2 bracelets.
Yeah.
Online bracelets in the last, what, 3 months, 2 months? He's been hot. Fantastic player. Jesse, fantastic player.
I mean, you talk about people running hot, Phil. Jesse wins the super high roller at the start of the NAPT, could potentially win the high roller at the end of the NAPT, had that win at the 50K PLO high roller at the World Series this year. I mean, he's been putting up big cashes, big results.
Yeah, I
left,
mean,
right, and center.
You know, I played with him at a final table in March. I won a tournament over at the studio, and he was in the final 3 there. He moved in with ace 3. I think I had king jack suited. I think I had to call. Luckily, I flopped a king. I mean, I had pals of chips, but 180. I think Jesse. Yeah, I mean, we have 2 of the really hot players in the world.
Yep.
Here, and especially over the last 6 months.
Yeah, these things come in waves, don't they?
They sure do. They sure do. And Shannon always plays well to me. You know, I think he can get over his skis sometimes, Shannon. He can get out over his skis just a little bit here and there. And so he can accumulate chips quickly, Shannon Shore, and then sometimes not really take them where they need to go. But he's getting older. He's matured. He has a family now. And, you know, and we all know he closed the deal, 2 bracelets in the last 2 months online.
Very tight fold there in the big blind, facing the, 1.2x open from the button. Jesse with the queen 3 suited, and Laskowitz folds the ace 3 in the big blind. So, maybe just not feeling it that much. Yeah,
I hate that.
I hate that hand, and I hate that spot.
I know, but it's three-handed.
You have to do it. You got to defend it.
Yeah, yeah.
You have to, especially with how wide Jesse's playing, but I think
have to call.
Yeah, I think Samuel's just maybe doesn't want to play any pots with him right now and try to pay jump now that Shannon Shore only has the 20 bigs. But
yeah, 20 to 33.
Yeah,
you still have to play to win. It's very interesting. I have not liked what I've seen in some of these high rollers. Where they're folding hands like Ace Jack. Foxen folded Ace Jack. Absolutely fantastic player. I think Foxen's amazing. Alex Foxen.
You're supposed to wait for kings. That's why. You see, that's how it works.
Right.
You give
when
one
you
to the
fold
gods,
the ace 3,
they give you one back.
Yay! When you fold ace 3, you just pick up kings. Welcome to my life. But I'm not folding ace 3 in the big blind.
So Laskowitz trying to hand the rope to Lonis here, but he's not going to fall for it with a hand that flops this well.
You got 2.7? Yep. 2.8?
272.
I wouldn't mind like a min raise before the flop. With
Let's see. Kings get run down by clubs.
Or? See, Laskowitz is not worried at all that Jesse could have an ace here. Jesse's super aggressive. He just cannot have an ace. So you can almost just rule it out.
Which is why I would have liked to have seen a bet, because Lonis, when he does have an 8 or clubs, you're gonna start getting some value here.
Yep.
But you could also wait for your opponent to turn.
Wow.
Like that.
All the outs?
But
let's say all the outs.
Yeah. But I guess
draw.
also if your opponent has like something like 10-9, you want them to hit that 9 and get a bet on the turn, stuff like that. But this is very juicy now.
He has to bet here. Oh boy, that's
a surprise.
Let's see. I mean, and if Jesse can somehow check this, and there's worlds where he just makes a small bet, I wouldn't be surprised to see him bet like 160.
I will say this feels, Laskowitz has been really battling for pots all day with Jesse, so I think this is very deliberate. This has much to do with Shannon Shore's stack. Doesn't want to tangle when Lonis has more chips than him. Doesn't want to crash and burn in third, so prepared to just play passively, induce some bluffs, and technically getting his opponent to bet 7 high here. I know there's a lot of ways to lose, but
I like a raise here. I think he's just going to call, and there's considerations where you just want to call for a lot of reasons, but I like a raise here, just a small raise. Your opponent's probably calling. Okay, now you can check the kings for sure. Now it's a great spot, right?
The moment that 6 hit the turn, everyone immediately knew what the problem was for Lonis. Too many outs.
Too many outs.
They knew there was no way he was going to win the hand now.
He was still 2-1 underdog, though.
Yeah, and very difficult for Lonis to really represent anything here. Like Phil alluded to, the check back pre, unlikely to have an ace.
Okay, so I just don't like the way that Laskowitz played this hand. And actually, I hate the way he played it. Limping before the flop, okay. Like you said, betting the flop. I think he can bet. I think he has to bet the flop. And then, because he bet the flop, and he can assume that Jesse does not have an ace, he can then bet a decent amount on the turn, maybe 400,000 or 500,000.
Yeah, you want to find a way to get 2 streets when your opponent has that big of a draw, and you have that big of a hand. To only get 1 street, I think that's really what you're alluding to.
I do love the check on the river.
Well, officially, Laskowitz is chip leader once again. It's very close between him and Lonis, and both players pretty shallow.
Not the king ball.
Neither has 40 bigs.
What do you think? I mean, a min raise before the flop. Jesse's calling with 5-7.
Hands are freezing.
Yeah, me too.
Blind against blind. Bet the flop. Bet the turn. Check the river.
Yeah, I just think these players have such a balanced sort of limping approach to their small blind, big blind, shorthanded stuff. Limping so much of their range.
Now, I get it. Folding to Shannon Shore in the big blind. He is, one of the most aggressive players on tour. And so, you know, it almost feels like if you have a marginal hand, you could actually fold the small blind. I'm actually going to call 100% of small blinds against him, including aces, kings, ace, king, because.
So you said calling, not raising though.
Hey.
Yeah.
Which is what you suggested you should be doing there with the kings. So are you limping more often, or do you think you're raising more often?
With the kings?
Yeah.
I think I'm just going to make it. It's very close. Let's just go 50-50.
Yeah.
The min raise is okay too, but I mean, like, you don't gain very much.
Yeah.
So that's slightly maybe 55% call with the kings. But I like you said, I like the bet on I like betting the flop.
Yeah.
Lonas with ace-3 on the button. It's made it 180,000. We are at the 40-80 blind level right now. Blind's going up in just shy of 10 minutes. And that's going to be a raise and take it.
Do we have a copy of the prizes, guys? What's first, second, third?
So they've locked up 80K. That's what third place pays. It's 113 grand for second and 180K for the winner.
Yeah. So you know, last another spot, you pick up $43,000. By the way, you can buy a Tesla for $43,000 now. They lowered their prices, right?
Really?
Yeah. Tesla's lowered. Surprisingly. But I mean, he's cranking out so many at these factories.
Okay. Do you have a Tesla?
I do not. I do not. I do consider myself friends with the guy that makes them, but that's probably just another Phil bragging. Helmy's bragging again. Invite him on a stream, and what does he do? Brag.
If you're talking to him anytime soon, Phil, can you get him to sort out this absolute disaster of a social media platform he owns?
Well, I'm not going to enter into the political ramification.
Moving swiftly on, an offer for you, Phil, from Stephen Tixay. He says, Phil, come through Dallas sometime. We know you're down in Houston all the time, but you'd always be welcome in the poker rooms of Dallas.
Yeah, and we own a club down in Dallas, actually. But they haven't opened for poker. We've been open for a year and a half. It's all like chess, Champion Social Club. And so it's a little, I must say, it's a little frustrating. There's been some members of the Dallas City Council that have held us up.
Oh, yeah.
And there are other clubs open there.
Okay.
I am going to my club in Houston November, like, 30th. Film a couple of days. So is Brent Hanks. So is the whole crew. Hey, you want to come film?
For what?
Cash games?
Maybe.
I mean, Griffin, you got the offer right here, right now. So
it's official.
Yeah.
As Lonas turns a straight here.
Probably be 100, 200.
Wow, nice. Okay.
But could easily be 1,500.
By the way, I would agree with this analysis from RN Ross. We had the Brom saying electric cars suck, and Ross says only someone who hasn't driven one would say that. I think that's astute analysis. I think electric cars, there's some very good electric car models out there.
Yeah, you know, this sounds like I'm bragging again, but my friend was given one of the first Teslas, and so I went to the factory, and it was fun. And you know, Sergey was there from Google, all these crazy freaking people. And
other electric car manufacturers are available.
And they gave a friend of mine one of them. And so I got to drive it right out of one of the first 30 given. Got to drive it right out with him out of the. And everybody was staring at him because there weren't any on the road at that point.
Yeah,
you know, it's like the truck right now, everybody.
Right.
So I don't mind this bet.
Yeah, no, check 2 on the river.
Yeah, I mean.
Straight?
Straight's a straight.
Yep.
Sorry. Queen is.
And now they are exactly even with, oh no, never mind, that's jumping Jesse up to 3.2 million, 40 big blinds. So where we started at the beginning of the level.
So what you're saying is we could literally eradicate the last 25 minutes and we'd still be where we started.
Well, if we did that, he wouldn't have invited me to the thing. Can we keep the last 25 minutes?
Okay, we'll keep that. We'll keep
that.
It's random. It is very random who I invite to film. Like, it's really weird. Like, oh, I rented Griffin. Hey, come film with us in a couple weeks. You know, that's what happens. Or someone on Twitter is like, hey, I want to film with you, and I'm like, hey, come and film. Like,
you're the guy. Yeah.
So random. It really is.
Laskowitz folds the button. And the lowness is on Jesse in the small blind.
And when I say my club in Dallas and my club in Houston, I have less than 10%. So it's not,
okay.
You know, okay. Hey, my club in Dallas.
Piece is a piece.
Well, I mean, people say they own the Warriors, and the primary owners own, what, 18%? And
right.
Some guys are at 10%, 5%, 1%.
Now, Phil, following on from our conversation from yesterday, do you know what this hand is called, the 7-5 of spades?
I am still upset that I'm just going to say.
You can't say it. You can't. I know you're going to say it. Don't say it.
I'm going to say it because no one's going to connect it. No one will connect it. That show doesn't come out for months. But I folded the 5-7 of spades, and I shouldn't have in the, you know, when we were filming.
Yeah.
And of course, I was going to flop a straight and a flush draw.
You always have to play that hand
Yeah.
because that hand is the Bond. That was Bond's hand when he
flush
made the
hand,
straight flush in Casino Royale.
And, you know, it was just a weird spot where, well, I can't talk about it anymore.
No, stop.
No.
It's 150 hands, whatever. Pick a hand where I fold a 7-5 suited. No big deal. I also fold.
Don't worry. People will know because we talk about it after the hand in great detail about how you folded it. So there'll be plenty of airtime for it.
Yeah, yeah. We're not going to go down that path.
So here we are. Three-handed.
Yeah, we played 67 hands at the final table, 3 eliminations so far, 2 more to go until we have our winner, 4 minutes to go until the blinds roll up.
I was a little surprised at the result yesterday. You and I had made predictions, James,
And they went out. They went out the next 2 players, right? It was never going to be heads up.
And you guys are like, Phil, we don't make predictions. I'm like, make a prediction.
Okay, so we predicted Sergio Aido and Ping Lu, and they were the next 2 players out. Yeah, that was.
Those were great picks, though.
Next 2 out. Yeah, they were
They were
good
great
picks. I
picks.
felt like they were good picks. They both had the chip lead at some point.
If ever you wanted to see the commentator's curse in action, it was that main event final table yesterday.
How about Sergio's fold on the final table yesterday with the ace-queen? That was wild.
Great fold.
Yeah.
I think.
The one thing I will say about yesterday, and it took, I would say, a few seconds for it to sink in, but when Sammy realized what he'd achieved and what he'd won, it really struck him. And
Oh, it was beautiful to watch.
yeah.
It was beautiful. Probably going check here. An 8 would be a very interesting card on the turn.
So we are seeing a bet from Shannon, and
I like it.
Yeah, I think that the more we think about it, I like it too, because you're really protecting against all those overcards that are going to hit. There's a lot of good turn cards for your hand. You fold out hands with equity like the Jack-9.
Yep.
You know, could make things real difficult on a Black-10, something like that. So I like that bet from Shannon Shore.
You flop bottom pair, and you're never going to win a really big. You might
Yeah,
as well
so
just
let's
fire.
get it over with.
Yeah, fire and just try to end it.
Yeah.
And actually just hope he folds.
Yeah.
Not really much you get called with that's worse.
And the kind of board that you have such a raise advantage as the one limping in. So it's, you know, even though you do a bottom pair, you kind of eliminate the ace. So it's really only 1 over, right?
It may not be Chat Pro Saturday, but the Chat Pro analysis continues. Jonathan Dillon observes, you can't win by folding.
Okay.
But you can ladder and put yourself in a position to get lucky later on.
So I'm leaving at 5, guys. They actually have this really fun tournament here, you know, at Resorts World. The NAPT PokerStars, something like, it's a very long name.
Is this the last chance tournament?
Yeah, Hyper Turbo, right?
Yeah, but I'm going to actually look up the name just for entertainment value, because I want to read the whole name. So, because I just tweeted about it. So, there we go. It's the Last Chance Super Hyper Turbo. Last Chance Super Hyper Turbo.
Can you say it 3 times quickly?
I really can't. Stalling.
Yeah.
It's a $1,000 blind tournament where they raise the blinds every 10 minutes.
I'll be in there with you
Hyper
if this thing ends soon enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need this to be a
Maybe the
turbo.
You know how a tournament starts at 5 and the late rebuys like midnight?
Yeah, no, 6 p.m. It's like, yeah, you just missed it. You would have had 4 bigs anyway.
What's your latest rebuy?
4 bigs. That's Phil's comfort zone.
Oh, here we go.
So once again, Jesse going with a 3xing strategy blind on blind when he has sort of a very low equity pre-flop hand.
Mm-hmm.
We saw it earlier, and now again with the 9-5.
See, I like the 3x because so I actually like that's something that I would do sometimes. Just 3x it with a nothing, just hoping that they fold.
But Shannon's a tough out, and he's going to be even tougher when he flops top and bottom
top
pair.
and bottom, yeah. Let's see if Shannon. I mean, I think this is a good spot just to call.
Too strong.
Yeah.
Too strong. You want to give your opponent some opportunities to either catch up or pick up some more equity. 9-5 is not a great one for that, but you know, Lonis might decide to bet on a 7 or a 6.
Yeah. Or you know, if you just didn't put yourself in Shannon Shore's spot, your opponent could have like King 4, right? And so, sorry. King Deuce or King 7 or King 8, and you just kind of
turns a king and you get all the money.
Correct.
Right. You're only starting the hand with 15, 16, 17 bigs. You almost don't like this turn card because it's, you know, hard for you to extract any more money.
Yeah, and you know, a Jesse bet here. Let's see. He very nice why Jesse's been winning. Let's see if Shannon can manage to check this. Because there's so many times where Jesse has queen high or king high and he won't call a penny.
Yeah. But the problem, I think, with checking this is that you're kind of saying you have a jack 4 or 3 in a lot of ways, right? You would bet your 5, 6 and your bluff hands here. So you're saying you have showdown value, which makes it, I think, less likely for Lonis to bluff the river. So there's really no good way to play the turn, I think.
That is a good card for his hand, though, Jack.
Yeah, another Jack coming is a little bit better.
Yeah, because now Lonis is thinking, well, it's unlikely as a 3 or 4. Maybe he called me with ace deuce on the flop or ace 5.
Problem is, are those hands even folding at this point, right? Based on the action.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think Lonis is just done with this one, and should really even things up.
That's really smart if he's done.
Yeah, he checked.
Quads. Okay.
Quad house, they call it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, quad house.
Flop 2 pair. Improved to full house on the turn.
The best level.
River quads.
This is a great level.
Blinds are up, by the way. We've just kicked off level 29. Blinds are now 50K, 100K. That means the chip leader has 27 bigs. Samuel Laskowitz has 22 bigs. Shannon Shore has 21 bigs. They're all bunched together, and no one actually has that playable a stack.
Looks like touch over 2.2.
Yeah, the variance is very significant here between third and first place. We're talking about $100,000. So it's really, you know, in some ways it's who's going to be luckiest, but also just those little spots, you know, not putting in that extra bet like that Jesse didn't do, and just making the right decisions, pushing those edges. All 3 very capable players.
Excellent point. Yeah, the not bet on the river. For Jesse to, like, I like that. He fired once and just kind of gave up.
And very small, by the way. 160 on the flop after making it like 250 pre. Like, he only lost, you know, four big blinds or something, 5 big blinds there.
Dario asked how your football picks worked out today, Phil.
Well, I think if Detroit covers, I'm 4 out of 5. But unfortunately, the one that I gave to the public was Cincinnati. So I'm 0 for 1 as far as the people on Twitter are concerned. I've been really hot. I've been posting, like, there's a Poker Players League. There's 111 of us in there that pick 10 per, and they really take it seriously. And then we have this really fun, I think we had 200 players enter the $1,000 buy-in survivor pool. And I still have 2 picks.
Oh, no way.
We're down
Nice.
to 25 players, so it's fun.
Was that the one was it a Survivor that started at the beginning of the season?
Yeah.
Because there was a
Mark Gregorich.
bloodbath in, like, I did my first Survivor football this year because I'm not that into football, but I've been trying to get into it. And it was a bloodbath in, like, week 3 or 2 or something. It was just-
Bloodbath. Oh, man.
Everyone
when
lost.
Dallas lost at Arizona.
Yeah.
that. And then there was another big upset that
So how
week.
did you fade that in 2 spots?
Well, I got lucky because my friends, the billionaires, I've never played in a league more than 5K, but they're like, we're going to have a $25,000 league. So 12 of us joined, and I watch a lot of football. They don't. So theoretically, I have an edge. And but it's on our year-end books. You know what I'm saying? Okay, king against king here.
No king on the flop. 73% chance of a chop.
So that bloodbath, we lost 8 players. So we're down to the final 4.
Okay.
And right away, but it's chop, 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 because it's
Right.
100,000 each.
Yeah.
And somebody in Kansas City left, and they said no. And then they forgot to use Kansas City.
Okay.
So, sorry, that would have been 75 each. Yeah, so anyway, the minute that he went out, I had a mathematical advantage. I'm like, no, let's just take 100,000 each.
Gotcha.
But like I said, it goes on the books. So, but those books are due, and, you know, we pay once a year. It's November already.
Ooh. Yeah.
Woo. I have a message here, Phil, from an Elon M. It says, Phil, I rebranded it X. Stop calling it Twitter. That is the trophy that will be presented to one of these 3 players who will emerge victorious in this 5K high roller.
Excellent. That's an excellent troll from the chat. Well done. Now, I don't mind getting trolled, as you're going to see in the big game where Jennifer Tilly calls me meek and mild, and I just bust out laughing the entire time.
I remember calling you something else at one stage, which I think we might have to beep when the TV show airs.
300.
Okay, here we go. Blind to blind again here. Another 3X. Pretty aggressive. Ooh, here we go.
Yeah, it's an interesting candidate, actually. I think I might prefer
He shoved.
to play this as a limp just because it has so much playability post-flop.
Yep.
And, you know, if Shannon were to raise 3.5X, you can still decide to call. But just always having a raise strategy with a hand with such nice playability post, maybe want to shift the gear a little bit.
I'd prefer to limp with that, too.
Yeah. I mean, Shannon might have just shoved anyway, but,
Yep.
you know, then you lose 1 blind instead of 3.
Yep.
Well, Shannon no longer the shortest stack, playing 24 big blinds. Laskowitz now the low man at the table with a sub-20 big blind stack. It is still very close between the 3 players right now.
Man, you know, I've been playing with Shannon's. I remember hands we played in Europe in like 2012. You know, I actually remember him taking me out in Europe in 2012. Ouch. This is a Raiders jersey, right?
225.
I believe it is.
Yeah, and the Raiders play shortly in Las Vegas. Did you know that?
No, against the Jets.
Yep, there's a home game tonight.
Maybe he's hoping to go straight to the game after winning this high roller.
Yeah, I think if you make it over there by, you know, if you have tickets, you can always show up at 5:45, just a little late.
I got a great tour of that facility a few years ago. It was awesome. Really state of the art.
So we just saw Laskowitz, like literally, I don't know, 14 minutes ago, fold an ace to a Jesse raise on the button. I wonder if he regretted it. Now he's thinking, I can't fold.
Yeah, and I think this shows the shift in strategy now that he's the low man and not the one in between. Gonna have to fight for these pots more.
It's a really good spot for him now.
Absolutely.
If Jesse stays true to form, he's going to bet small and give up.
Yeah, and I don't like to make a habit of shoving 18, 19, 20 big blinds with ace-5, but Man, has Lannis been playing near 100% of buttons? 7-4 suited. We've seen the deuce 4 off open, every queen 3 off. You know, also would have been nice maybe to consider just blasting this in pre-flop.
I don't like it. It's just
Too many chips.
Yeah, it's the old. You win every all until the last one. You know?
Nice.
It's interesting. Yeah, I think. What's he gonna do? He raised.
Yeah, it's kind of nice, tricky here.
I tell you what, I know exactly what he's thinking. He's thinking, I probably have the best hand here. If I just call, I'm letting a hand like queen 9 hit a free queen or a 9, and I'm going to pay that off. So I'm going to go ahead and raise right here.
Or a jack comes and they barrel that queen 9 again, and you're not sure what to do.
Yep.
Wow, Jesse. He's going to.
So Jesse's putting Laskowitz on a 5. And kind
or
of
air.
hoping.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, if Laskowitz bets here, the pot's over.
With a stack to pot ratio of just about 1.2 to 1. Not a lot of room here, and that's why it's kind of tricky for Jesse to be deciding to float this on the flop.
He thinks, you know, I mean, Jesse thinks Laskowitz is weak, and he thinks he can take it away.
Yeah.
This is how you win tournaments, by winning pots with nothing. 250.
Yeah, I think this bet is really designed to target mostly the air. You know, it's going to be hard to fold out a 5 here.
Really hard, yeah, because he can have 5s with like, because Jesse can have 5s with like an 8. Oh wow, the horrible card for Jesse.
Yeah.
I was just thinking, if an ace comes, he's gonna go for it here.
Yeah, and the go for it based on the stack size now. I mean, the pot's 1.8 million, 1.27 behind. It's kind of just going to be played, I think, as a shove, which will be disastrous for Jesse Lannis and leave him with less than 8 big blinds. Of course, this is assuming if Laskowitz calls.
Yeah.
Because it also, Lannis's line is trying to say, I have a king, right?
Yeah, I don't think he. How much?
I don't think it's all.
I don't think all of it.
No, it's just, yeah, it's just the amount that's targeting that 5, right? Because the 5 doesn't always make an ace on the river.
Okay, I mean, Laskowitz is calling here. He has to call. I mean, the ace was just gin for him in the sense that now he's gonna. I mean, I was wrong a couple times yesterday, but I really think this is an easy call.
It's definitely an easy call. I mean, he's betting 575 into 1.8 million. Lannis is representing only a king. Certainly a kind of player that's capable of floating the flop with, I mean, a wide range of hands, as we see. Queen 3 off. But wow, Laskowitz really kind of giving the energy of someone who's a bit of a believer. He's going to have to be resigned to, like, you know, you're too high up in your range here. You're not supposed to have an ace here.
Exactly, ever.
You're supposed to have.
He did the shrug.
Yeah.
Here comes the shrug and call, maybe.
You're supposed to have the 5 or maybe the turned 7 of a hand that was bluffing the flop.
Yeah.
You know? That's what Lannis is betting this amount and targeting.
So Jesse went for it. Okay, so very interesting. I think Laskowitz is a very tight player. I think Jesse could have folded on the flop there.
Yes.
And I prefer to see that. However, Jesse's been winning tournaments by doing exactly this.
Well, it's one of those things, Phil, I think. When you start telling a story, when you decide to make that call on the flop, you kind of need to narratively be like, okay, once he checks the turn, I need to bet. Like, that's why I'm here, right? That's why I can't suddenly check the turn.
Yep.
And once he calls the turn, well, I can give up on the river, but what if I get a really big scare card like an ace? Like
I almost called it.
Yeah, it all wrote.
I almost called it at the
script was
beginning of the
written,
hand.
yeah.
I said if an ace comes, it's really bad for Jesse.
The script was written for me. He had to play it out, but he didn't go all in for 1.3 million on the river. He didn't bet 450K on the turn.
Yeah.
He bet 250 and 575, and he's left himself with 12 big blinds.
Well,
I mean, that's really by design.
And that's the key. The balance of power has really shifted now. I mean, again, want to highlight, things are really shallow right now, but Laskowitz is now the big stack, the chip leader with 35 bigs. Shaw in the middle with 24, and Lonis, who's been chip leader for most of this final table, is now the shorty with just 12 big blinds.
Quite peculiar sizing here from the small blind by Laskowitz. 2.25x with the 10-7 off. Lonis, I think. And wow, surprisingly to me, gives it up.
Yeah, now he's in the I can finish second. Let me
yeah.
Shannon, and Shannon's a very aggressive player, and so although Laskowitz, if he is not apparently,
Shannon knows he needs to let Jesse bust and get that $43,000 pay jump now.
He does know that, but shit happens. Shannon Shore is not folding 2 9s.
You see what happened to Ping Lu yesterday?
Oh, I did not.
Ooh. 2 players with 15 big blinds. Ping had 40, and the dealer, I'm blanking on his name for some reason, who won?
Sammy.
Sammy, yes, of course. Sammy Beshahead had about 60 big blinds. Sammy raised the small blind with 2 9s into the big blind of Ping Lu on 40 big blinds, who had pocket queens, and he 3-bet him. Sammy called, and it came like 9-8-2 or something, and they got it all in.
That's what happened.
Yeah, I got it all in, and then Sammy had 100 big blinds to the 15 big blinds each, and it was over.
Didn't take long after that, funnily enough.
Yeah, but an incredible, spot of fortune for the short stacks. But something like that's going to have to happen to Shannon Shore. A big 2 big hand clash, and
that stuff happens all the time, though, right?
Yeah.
And Shannon's the kind of guy that, like, from what I've seen, he might just shove it with 6s.
So I have a question for you.
Yeah.
You're Ping Lu in that spot.
Yeah.
You have 40 big blinds with 2 queens. You're second in chips. How do you play it?
I smooth call or I shove.
See, that's exactly what I said at the time. You shove, and
you
you know what?
gotta
Blinds are going to fold there. They're going to side
Yeah.
fold because of the situation.
Yeah.
And you don't
people
really
will
want
say,
him to
"Oh, you're
call.
too conservative." No, I'm shoving for a lot of reasons. If I get called by jacks, well, my tournament's at risk. Fine, I'm 4.5 to 1 favorite. If I,
if somehow they have kings and aces, it's a mega cooler, whatever. But that's the other reason why you just call. You're not necessarily trying to get them to, see a flop and something crazy happen where now the pot's too big.
Yeah, you can't lose 40 big blinds with the queens with 2 guys with 15 big blinds. You just can't do it.
Yeah. And that's straight from the horse's mouth of 17 bracelets and winning tournaments.
We got trips, ladies and gentlemen. Laskowitz with 3 threes.
Shannon could easily bet out 150.
Yeah, I think the only problem with betting a hand like this sometimes is players are so wise to things now that they're going to float with the king highs, and then they have the straight draws, which you don't block, right? So I like that little spot of discipline, not losing a bet. But yeah, when it's it's a dry paired board, sometimes it's just easy, plays clean to just bet as well.
I like the check because it was a limp pot right there, blind against blind.
Yeah.
Take a check. There's really nothing you're losing to, and maybe if the guy has a 6, he's still going to lose a little bit to you, and if he happens to turn a 10 or an 8 in this case, or an overcard, then maybe
I agree.
Right, maybe you pick up 500,000-600,000. You're never going to win too much. But people sometimes also miss.
It's hard to make really strong hands in poker when you do. I mean, you see some of these guys, the way they play big pocket pairs sometimes now pre-flop, just like, even when you think there's no more room and they're supposed to 4-bet shove, you'll see, I mean, earlier Shannon Shore with the aces, you know, raised under the gun, got 3-bet 6-handed on just playing 20 bigs and just called. And his opponent had Queen Jack suited, and, you know, there was a pot that was played. And so, you know, you flop three threes in a spot like that, maybe give your opponent a little rope, turn a 7, bet the 10-8, you know, and stuff like that.
Is that another race? All right, Laskowitz is on the attack now.
Yeah, and of course, Jesse Lonis very much in the danger zone now with a sub-10 big blind stack.
Danger zone!
No, we have to be very careful if we were to sing Highway to the Danger Zone. Highway to the... I think I can get away
Phil.
with three words is all I said.
Phil, you're trying to get our VOD blocked.
No, you can get away. There's limits, like even the tight, like...
You keep quoting U.S. law. This is an international broadcast.
Yeah, but I said 3 words. Is that...
Don't go chasing waterfalls, man. Come on.
For you guys at home, Griffin gave the "don't go chasing waterballs" and tapped me on the shoulder in a very friendly way. Phil, enough. Because he's Canadian, and the Canadians are the nicest freaking people on the planet. He probably objects to me saying "freaking." So Griffin's just such a nice guy, you know. Rather than say, "Phil, shut the fuck up," he's "don't go chasing waterfalls." Tap on the shoulder. It was very classily done, like very nicely, very Canadian done.
Laskowitz, all that momentum now. Jack 7 of clubs.
If there's one thing the last 48 hours has taught me is I think I could have a lot of fun on a karaoke night with Phil Hellmuth.
You would.
I bet.
It's this. I don't blame him for defending here with 7-8 suited, but
oh,
wow,
baby! Oh my God! Oh, Phil finally caught up.
Well, by the way, sometimes they make crazy folds, but I'm not folding 7-8 suited. But sometimes I'll make some crazy folds to just kind of wait for Jesse.
Well, I can promise you, Shannon Shore is going to be playing this passively. There's no way he's going to want to just get this in when Jesse Lonis has 9 big blinds. So it's going to be really interesting the way it runs out.
Now, you said you promise.
I promise, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think Jesse finds a check raise shove or anything like that, but I mean, I've been wrong before.
I think Shannon probably calls here, but I've seen him. He's one of the most aggressive players I've ever played against, so.
I shouldn't have promised.
You promised. That's why I got you on record.
He's got the face of a man that's ready to misbehave. No?
Yeah, he's on his good behavior.
Yeah.
Ace.
Yeah, he's handcuffed.
On the turn.
Man, interesting spot for Laskowitz here, right? Like, he could do something really crazy here and just shove, right?
Yeah, I mean, I would be a bit surprised if he shoves 250% pot, but
agree.
This qualifies.
Definitely,
This qualifies as a monster draw, and he gets there on the river.
Oh my God!
Plus, it is the straight for Shannon Shore.
Oh my God, the 9 of
oh, look at the
clubs.
mouth ticks, like the flush mouth ticks. Oh, I have a flush.
Interestingly, though, because it was check on the turn, if it was bet on the turn, Shannon could really be at risk here.
Yeah, I mean,
but the check is like, does he? You know, it's unlikely, but does he have a flush? Maybe
Shannon
that's a check
isn't going to
call.
bust in this hand, but he's going to lose more chips.
Okay.
Especially with the small sizing, I think we're not going to see an all-in bet from Laskowitz. Probably a raise close to.
He could easily make it a million and get snapped off.
Yeah, exactly. He could also make it a million, and Shannon could make a very, very good fold.
The problem with the 230 bet is that your opponent can raise with just a 7 sometimes.
Yeah.
$900, nice number.
Yeah, it's so much more defined when you just bet 600 here, and then a 7 would just snap you, and then flushes would raise.
Or check if you're on the super conservative train.
talked about when this level started, just whose day is it going to be? Who's going to sort of run good now that we're sort of at that shorter big blind level? And so far it's been Laskowitz. I mean, look at these two hands, three-handed.
I'm leaving it in like 17 minutes. We have Stapes here, observing the action. I'm like, Stapes, I'm out of here soon. And he's like, okay, Phil. He's smiling. I think Stapes was trying to say, Phil, do you really think that I want to come back and work?
Shannon Shaw has played 2 time bank cards already.
God, he's so
and lets it go.
Amazing fold. Really, really smart fold.
Okay, well, Laskowitz now in a very strong position, 4.6 million.
Could have been a lot more.
4.8 million. What, 48 big blinds. Shannon Shaw 16. Jesse Lonis 9.
That was such an important fold from Shannon
Oh,
Shaw.
my God.
The thing that I got from that river and that situation from Shannon is really him deducing, like, what kind of animal am I dealing with right now?
Yes.
Is this guy just
That's
gonna?
exactly it.
Is this guy just gonna like randomly take the queen of clubs and turn it into a bluff, or is he comfortable just like with his 35 big blind chip lead to just fold this river? Is he really gonna try to get me off a straight here? You know?
Exactly right.
That's not what his MO is right now. He has a flush. He doesn't have a 7. If he had a 7, he probably would have just made it a little smaller or called.
I agree. Yeah.
And he's just in the zone. It's so fun watching players that are like at the height of their power because, you know, when they've been running good and winning, that's when they're playing their best.
But you said it really well, Griffin, to me. What kind of animal am I dealing with? And but that's so beautifully said, because that's exactly what I think. When we're down there in these spots, who's capable of going crazy, who isn't? Right, and then you have to, that's also a factor, and then on top of it, there's the actual physical read, which I pride myself on. But yeah, there are some players that just aren't capable of raising there unless they have a flush.
Yeah. And that's no disrespect to Laskowitz, by the way. He's played an excellent final table.
Oh,
it's just,
we're not saying anything about
but
him
it's
at
just
all.
in a matter of, the, you know, circumstantially, is he really going to be doing this right now? And it just doesn't feel like that's the case.
Blinds are going to be going up in 3 minutes' time. Action starts with Shannon Shaw. 10-3 off on the button.
And now Shannon really needs to create a collision effect between Laskowitz and Lonis.
Well, he doesn't
With
need
the
to
7
create
big
it.
blinds. Well,
He
it's
can't
easy with the
create it,
10-3,
but he's sure rooting for it.
He's going to watch for it. Yeah, wait for it.
He's like, please,
Yeah,
ace queen against ace jack, and there's
just
the
had to
ace
fold it
jack.
straight. Can you guys just bust this guy already?
And with ace jack in the small, Samuel Laskowitz.
I wish he'd come in for 225 because, oh, he did.
Makes it
Okay,
220.
great. Perfect.
250.
Okay, Jesse doesn't have it, so Jesse's going to escape.
No. Simple jack.
Can we do just one silly thing, James?
We love silly here. In the
Go for it,
PokerStars
Phil.
booth.
I just can't.
I
help-
can't
I
say
just-
no to you.
I just got to do the roll, roll, roll your boat one more time.
Okay.
I'll
Griffin,
start.
Griffin, are you ready to join in as well?
Well,
Sure.
let's see
Are
if
we-
he can
okay,
figure
we're
it
allowed-
out.
So
that one's
Phil
done.
starts, I go next, then you.
Okay.
But
It
go.
builds on verses.
Yes,
row,
go.
row, row your boat gently down the stream.
Row,
Merrily,
row,
merrily,
row
merrily,
your boat
merrily, life
gently
is
down
but
the
a
stream.
dream.
Merrily,
Row,
merrily,
row, row
merrily,
your
merrily,
boat
life
gently
is
down
but
the
a
stream.
dream.
Merrily, merrily, merrily.
merrily. Life is like a dream.
Okay, well, at least the people at home listen to this. At least we put a smile on their face. They might say we're the worst singers in history, but they're smiling.
We've got an all-in here. Laskowitz shoving on the button and, of course, putting the other two players to the ultimate test, leveraging his chip lead. Ooh, Jesse with ace-6 in the small.
How many big blinds does he have? Exactly?
6.
Six.
He's gotta call it
Oh,
off.
God, he has to call.
Yeah.
He might find a fold.
Well, there's also the collision effect of Shannon if he wakes up with something big, and then that Laskowitz find a way to win.
It's very. I mean, Jesse's thinking
Yeah.
about so much. but
I
it's
mean,
just-
in two hands, 33% of your stack is going to be in between the big blind and the ante, right?
Yep.
And Laskowitz is shoving ton of worse hands, not just the few.
A ton.
Yeah, all the King X's, so many Queen X's, bunch of suited hands. Good on you, Lonis.
Yep.
Those chips are in.
Here we go.
So the call from Jesse Lonis, a fold from Shannon Shaw.
A lot of split pots in this deck.
A lot of opportunities here. 36% chance that this is a split.
Like we're due for a chop, right?
Yeah, for a chop.
This
right?
one's
This feels like a one.
It has to be.
At least a chop, right?
Oh, sometimes it comes 3-4 jack. I don't know. But then he needs a deuce or a 5. I mean, it's hard to thread the needle.
It is.
There it is, 40%, 24%.
There's a deuce on the flop, and Laskowitz now a huge favorite to eliminate Jesse Lonis.
Wow.
Lonis looking for a 6.
It feels like a 9 is more fair.
Yes, 9 would be interesting.
Yeah, then it can be tie with a king or an ace.
Turn card is a queen. That takes away the opportunities, and that means Lonis is dead to a 6 on the river. He has 3 outs.
It's been pretty hot, but hard to hit the 7%er.
River card is another deuce, and that will do it for the start of day chip leader. Jesse Lonis came into this FT as the big stack. He bows out in 3rd place, cashes for $80,740. The last 2 players guaranteed 6-figure scores as we go heads up in this 5K high roller. And a bit of a disparity in the stacks, just as we saw in the main event yesterday, Griffin. A 5-to-1 chip lead for one of the players.
Yeah, but if there's one player that, you know, one of the few players you don't want on the other end, it's Shannon Shore on a heater, right? So don't count him out. He's going to, you know, be able to know exactly what to do at this stack depth.
Are we taking a break or anything?
Yeah, he only has 10 big blinds, so it's going in a lot of spots. But it's more interesting if they get to 30 big blinds each. And then, you know, Shannon's capable of like just, you know, getting it on with like Queen 9 suited or something.
Exactly.
While we reset for the start of this heads-up battle, a quick reminder that there is a weekly podcast that Joe and I host called Poker in the Ears, available on all major podcast apps. Here is a hashtag fun fact. In the new year, in 2024, we're approaching our 300th episode. When we celebrated our 200th episode, Phil Hellmuth was our special guest. So who is going to headline episode 300? It's coming soon. In the meantime, we're going to have an NAPT wrap-up and a Formula One preview, a post-Vegas stories, a Prague preview. We'll talk to Alex O'Brien about her new book. All that to come in the coming weeks before the end of the year. So subscribe now and download on your podcast app of choice.
You know, for your 300th episode, you might want to go with like Michael Phelps. Phelpsy.
Oh, Phelpsy. Michael still playing poker?
I just saw him in a commercial for somebody or another, but great guy.
I remember he came to the PCA a couple of times.
Yeah, a really good player, too. I do have a Phelps story, but I guess I'm always bragging, but I'll tell you the damn story anyway.
I love the fact that you, by throwing that out there and say, oh, I know I'm bragging, you just get away with it.
Phelps is the fish man, right?
But
Phelps is the fish
he
guy?
is. 2012 was the London Olympics, right? You would know.
Yes,
James?
absolutely.
Okay, so with the London Olympics coming up, I texted Mike and I said, hey, I want to come down and hang out with you on the weekend. He said, great, set up a poker game. Said, great, set up a poker game Saturday night. Flew down there Friday. He came to the airport himself, which was kind of cool. And I'm staying with him and his now wife. And so I said, what does this workout look like? And now I don't get up this early, and he knows I don't. So he intentionally waited till the crack of 8 a.m., which for me is brutal. But it's Michael Phelps, and he's like, can you make it at 8 a.m.? I'm like, I'm staying with you, yes. So we want to go see his workout. So we go over, and he swims for 3 hours straight. He's in the pool training with some other Olympians. 3 hours straight, and like in the middle of it, I just went and got breakfast, you know. I come back, and he had told me, he said, Phil, I'm only going to play till 6 p.m. I'm sorry. We'll start the poker game at 5 p.m., but I only play till 6.
1 hour.
So that's fine. I mean, he's in the middle of, he's got the Olympics in 5 months, 6 months. But I went to make sure that I'd follow through and actually go to the Olympics. And so now, now after the swimming, they go to across the street. They're at Arizona State, and he starts lifting. They lift weights. I mean, some intense stuff like I've never seen before. That was an hour and a half lifting.
Wow.
And I'm just, what is going on? He just worked. So now we head over to our poker game. Okay, that's kind of a nothing hand, but there's queens out there.
Yeah, we have started the heads-up battle. Blinds went up, by the way, after the elimination of Jesse Lonis. Blinds are now 60,000, 120,000, and that's why Shannon is so shallow and is forced to fold to this raise.
I know it's not a candidate you want to be limping in, the 4 deuce, but I think this is just sort of a first hand of heads up. Doesn't want to just give him a walk.
I would have
the
limped.
first hand.
I was hoping that was it.
I would
so
have
I'd go to
limped.
the bathroom.
I mean, I'm pretty aggressive.
Like
I know
game
that
flow thing.
I know that Negreanu likes
Had a
to
good
fold
one.
15% of
Number
the
3.
hands on the button,
I did not have a good
17%, and that's I'm sure one of them, but I'm not folding there.
Yeah.
But I'm also going to limp with kings sometimes too,
Yeah, of course.
so it's harder to raise me. Anyway, so now we go to the poker game, right? We finally get to the game, and Mike played till 6, all right?
6 a.m.
6 a.m.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Is that what he meant the whole time, or did you?
No,
did
he
you
meant
really
6
intend it
p.m.
for
He said,
6
I'm going to
p.m.?
end. But he was having so much fun with us. He was straddling and laughing and having fun. He wasn't drinking.
Yeah.
You know, he was still training. And
Yeah.
he just was laughing
He's an
all
extreme
night
guy.
long.
It's like us.
I texted him at 1, should I drag you out of here? No. I texted him at 2, should I drag you out of here? No. I texted him at 3, should I drag you out of here? He's like, Phil, I'll decide when I want to leave. Okay. So we left at 6 a.m., and I believe we stopped at like Perkins for breakfast.
Yeah, of course.
You know,
That's a great
on the
story.
way home.
Thank you for sharing that. That's great.
Yeah. And then I did go to the Olympics, and this is where I messed up. I went with Jeff Gross, and we went to the opening ceremony. I paid for the tickets for the opening ceremony, and we went to a bunch of his races, which was great. I saw him win gold. And then where I blew it was I'm just such a family guy that I wanted to only allow a week. But I knew if I stayed 2 more days, they were going to be partying on the River Thames.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, they had rented boats, and they just had all this fun stuff set up.
And you didn't block it out. You didn't.
I didn't block. I'm like,
Yeah.
you know, I got to go hang out with my wife and kids,
Yeah.
you know, and I just flew home. And I don't regret that decision, or do I? An extra 3 days, it would have been fun to party with Mike, you know?
So Shannon hoping to get one through with the 8-7, and it should work.
Should work, yep.
Yeah, you got to start
Did he
finding a
have
way to
8
acquire
bigs?
chips. 9, yeah.
So we're still where we started this heads-up battle. 50 big blinds playing 10 big blinds. Advantage Laskowitz right now.
That was an important one to get through, I think.
I'll wrap up the story and just say that I will send you, James, if you guys want to do Phelps on your 300th episode, I'll connect you
Would
on his
love
new
it.
cell phone. No one knows his new cell phone.
Would love it.
112.
I'm sure he wouldn't mind. Speaking of row your boat. Man, wasn't he fun to watch? My kids in 2008 at the Olympics in China. Man, I would pull them from the other room. You have to watch this. You have to watch. No. Forced them to watch the first race, and I never had to ask again. Phelps is racing, and they would just drop their video games and come in.
Nice.
Another gold, another gold, another gold, another gold, and that touch where it looked like he lost in the butterfly right at the, you know. And then they ran that replay, and it turns out he won.
Yeah.
We've gone to a flop here. Jack 10-8. We briefly lost the graphics, so don't have the whole cards of the players right now.
I think we saw Shannon had 5-7.
Correct,
He
yeah.
may just lead at this. So, wow, what is going on here? Okay, pretty
Laskowitz
smart.
limped in pre.
Limped with kings.
Yeah. And just
He's like,
you can't. No.
that was a good, as you like to say, candidate.
Yeah.
Candidate to end it.
Well, Shaw is now playing 8 big blinds.
Limpy with kings, just hoping that Shannon picks up like Queen 8 jams, you know.
Right.
Did he need Queen 8?
Huh?
Did he need Queen? I don't think he needed Queen 8 to shove there.
Maybe not.
Queen 7 is all in. Maybe Jack 9, Jack 10 is all in.
Yeah.
Well, Shannon first to act here on the button in the
Queen
small
6
blind.
suited, I bet. Queen 5 suited, Shannon probably would have just shoved. Right. Hoping to get some limp folds. Shannon gonna be. Oh yeah, that's a good one. Good enough for me.
Yep.
Need big blinds.
What's he going to do?
It's strange. Sometimes I limp with that hand, but then snap
Oh, well.
call when they move in.
Yeah, of course.
Queen 10, honey.
I'm
He's
not
all in
folding
with
it.
Queen 10.
Snapped.
Oh,
King
dominated.
10.
Crushed by Laskowitz with King 10.
What time is it?
It could be time for Samuel Laskowitz to lift the trophy.
My tournament starts in 3 minutes.
4 minutes. You got to see
Yeah.
this out.
If King 10 holds, it's over, and Laskowitz is our champion.
They won't start without you.
Shannon
VIP.
Shaw is a 3-1 underdog here.
I would not allow anybody to hold the tournament, to wait for me. I always, come on, of course. Great shape to just end it right here, right now, and Shannon had to move in.
King 10 high is holding.
Being late is part of your brand too. Like you can never be late.
True. Well, we're going to hold the tournament for Phil.
Just got to fade
Words
that
you've
queen.
never heard.
A 9 or a jack will give some straight draw outs for
Yep.
Shannon Shore.
6 of spades on the turn. So Shannon Shaw has got to spike a queen on the river, or this is over.
So let me just say, we had 2 of the hottest players in the world in the last 4 months in the final three.
And
But
the other guy might take it. Here comes the river.
He does take it. It is Samuel Laskowitz who takes down the 5K high roller here at NAPT Las Vegas. Shannon Shaw, the runner-up, for 113K. $180,000 for the win will go to Samuel Laskowitz, along with that NAPT high roller trophy.
Look at the relief. It's all over the stress. He can finally breathe.
It wasn't that long ago. He had an ace and a 5, and he was in a little pickle.
Yeah, great performance from Samuel Laskowitz. What a tough final table. Any 5K, field like this, and a little more unknown than some of the ones on the final table, and he just played great.
People kind of want these NAPTs. There were world-class players here for the mixed game, and we had some great players at the 1600.
Fist pumps.
Finally a smile.
The main event, 1600 main event, had some great players. Nick Schulman,
Well, Phil, I know you've got a tournament to go and play, so thank you very much for dropping by the booth. It was great having you on the stream.
Yeah,
2 days in a row, main event final table and high roller final table. Thank you.
All right, my pleasure to be here, and this is fun. It's been a while since I've been in the booth. I like it.
The man, the myth, the legend, Phil Hellmuth, departs to play the last chance super hyper turbo, whatever it's called. So let's recap how things went down in this 5K high roller.
Are you working? You want to work?
6 players returned, and it was the start of day chip leader Jesse Lonis, responsible for the first elimination of the day. Alexander Condon's 7s couldn't beat Lonis's jacks. Next player eliminated, John Andrus. King 5, losing to pocket 7s. John Riordan got his stack in with top pair, but Jesse Lonis had jacks again. Riordan exited in 4th for 62K. After losing a few hands, Lonis found himself with the short stack, and domination rotation occurred, sending Lonis to the rail. And then we had a very brief heads-up battle. Shannon Shaw at a major chip disadvantage. Got it in with Queen 10, no match for King 10. And now our winner, Samuel Laskowitz, is down on the floor with Joe Stapleton. So let's go down to the floor and let's hear from our winner.
Sam, from what we can tell, you're relatively new on the poker scene, and today, not just today, but yesterday and today, you defeated a bunch of heavyweights. How does that feel?
It's very gratifying. It makes me feel like I belong and like I can play at this level and succeed. So it's good. It feels great, really.
It seemed like y'all were having quite a bit of fun. Was it as fun as it looked?
Yeah, it was a very fun tournament. Good structure. All the guys were really fun. We had some laughs. And then, yeah, it was fun. Good time.
From what I understand, you started off playing a $400 tournament like a year ago. Now you're playing 5Ks. How does that happen?
A lot of hard work and good luck. Obviously, you got to run good, and you hit a couple of big tournaments. You get a bankroll, but you got to study and work hard and just keep at it, and you'll get to, you know, the levels that you want to go.
Hard work and run good. That's what they say. Hey, let's get a big round of applause for our NAPT Las Vegas High Roller Champion. All right, don't go anywhere. Stay right here.
Don't go anywhere, Samuel. We're going to hand you a trophy in just a moment. Just to recap the result today, an all-American final table with those sums paid out to the finalists. Shannon Shaw cashing for $113,000 for second place. Samuel Laskowitz getting $180,850 for the win, but also gets the Hyatt Roller Trophy. We're going to go back down to the floor because it's time to give that man that shard.
Over a decade in the making, the North American Poker Tour has returned with a bang. Yesterday, we crowned our main event champion. Today, the High Roller. Here with me to help present the trophy is Charlie Cerisi, Tournament Director, Associate Director, Live Events Operations, PokerStars, Cedric Below, and Director of Poker Operations for Resorts World, Leon Wheeler. But before we hand over the trophy, just a few words from Cedric.
Good afternoon, everyone. Just a few words indeed. It's been 9 days of poker for the return of the North American Poker Tour. Amazing action. It's fantastic to see PokerStars being back in the USA. 9 days of poker. Yesterday I gave a big thank you to Resorts World and to Charlie for big help in this event. And of course, big thank you to all the players who attended the NAPT. We hope to see you soon on the very next PokerStars events. Congratulations, everyone. Now it's time to crown a winner. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Cedric. And now there's just one thing left to do, surviving an extremely tough field of 150 entries. One player outlasted them all, walking away with a first place prize of over $180,000. Please put your hands together for your NAPT Vegas High Roller Champion, Sam Laskowitz.
That's a lot of glitter. I think we can say with some certainty that the NAPT is back. Next up, the EPT. We will be in Prague from December 12th with live coverage of the Prague leg of the European Poker Tour. Thank you for watching our 3 days of live coverage from the North American Poker Tour. We'll see you next month. But for now, from Joe Stapleton, Nick Walsh, Griffin Benja, Phil Helmuth, and the entire NAPT team, I'm James Harskin saying good night from Vegas. Welcome to Las Vegas and the PokerStars North American Poker Tour, back for the first time since 2011.
They call it house, but it's a love house, y'all. Because we all love music. We in this house. They call it house, but it's a love house, y'all.